Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man House with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Something special happened today. I got green lights all the way, with no big red sign to stop me, no traffic jam delay. See, I was driving over the moon in my big hot air balloon, high into the darkness. I hope I get there soon. There's so many things to do, so many people I need to talk to, and they've all been waiting for me. Well, I gotta make it through. Something special happened today. I got green lights all the way, with no big red sign to stop me, no traffic jam delay. Thank my stars for every green. You have no idea what it means. No, no. To a man who's always traveling, who's seen the things that I've seen. I don't know what's yet to come. Not sure of anything that I've done really makes that much difference. Well, I hope it has for some. Something special happened today. I got green lights all the way, with no big red sign to stop me, no traffic jam delay. Well, I was driving over the moon, in my big hot air balloon, floating high up in the darkness. I promise that I'll make it to you very soon. Something special happened today.
Haha, there we go. There we go. What's going on? Y'all saw my confused face when I was trying to get things set. But anyway, I'm back. We in here. We in the building. We got it. Oh man. Hopefully the intro played well without lagging today. I've been having some weird problems with it. People have been telling me I'm gonna have to upgrade to Zoom. The StreamYard be on some bullshit, but I don't know. We shall see. But anyway, I'd like to welcome everybody that made it in here today. Appreciate all of you. We got this Saturday morning thing I've been doing lately because I normally take one day off during the week and then make up for it on Saturday. I would rather do Monday through Friday, but these Saturday shows be pretty damn good, so it might turn into a regular thing. But as usual, as always, y'all know how it is. Y'all know how it go. Shout out to the early bird squad, those that make it in bright and early before the show even gets started. And let me do the way I do my official mic check, make sure I can see the circle pulsating right there. That's how I officially make sure that I'm on the air. I see all right, those that made it in bright and early, do some early shout outs, waiting for people to come on in here. Okay, I see Manna tomorrow in the queue, so we're gonna be bringing him up shortly. You've been talking some good shit lately. You've been talking some good shit lately about the black conservatives, and I've said before that I've been leaning more on the conservative end just because I'm tired of the liberals. It's set up. Me and MOT may get into this, where it's set up in this country where it's damn near like you got to pick one or the other. You don't, but if you don't vote Republican, you don't vote Democrat. You almost just throwing your vote away as just to make a point. You're not going to pick who you're voting for is not going to win. And so I'm saying you got to vote for somebody that you think can win, or you can just vote to make a point. That's, a lot of people voted Green Party, but they, how that go. We don't got to get into, well, we might get into that. We may get into that, but I'm definitely more or less through with Democrats, and liberalism has run amok in this country. I don't like the idea of black men being considered one of the little protected class. They put us in with the purple hair people and shit. I don't like that shit. But anyway, there's just little things I don't like, little cultural things I don't like. But MOT is cracking the code on policy, how black people or these black YouTube conservatives, many of them that I like, don't really talk about policies. I think MOT called it cultural trolling, but I'll bring him up and let him explain all of that better. We're going to try to get deep into it. I'm going to try to ask the right questions. So anyway, early bird squad, those that made it in bright and early before we got started. That's we see Melody came through with the first comment. Thank you. And she say like on the way in. Hit that like button on the way in. The Mac the trucker. You slipping on your pimping because she beat you. You tried to get in first, but Melody beat you. The Mac the trucker though. What's up? What's good? Salute to the Mac the trucker. Been one of my early supporters, even before the audience really got all that big. The Mac the trucker was in the building. So peace and salute to the Mac the trucker. What's good, everyone? On this Saturday, I'm up in the gym. That's good. I haven't been in the gym in 2 weeks. I've been bullshit. I have my spurts where I be on it, and then I just fall off a cliff, and then get back on it, and then fall off a cliff. Just maintaining that motivation is hard. It's hard. Working out, waiting for the show. Let's get it. Yeah, I see all the links right there, the Cash App, the Patreon, everything. Like, share, subscribe. Yeah, I see it all right there. Dark Knight Mentality in the building. What's going on? See Man of Tomorrow in the building. He said, I'm going to roll on some money if he don't show up. Nah, I'm here. SKC says, interesting Dark Knight Mentality. Yes, I was so shocked when I woke up and saw that this morning. Oh yeah. We do Saturdays. Here he comes. Who else we got in here? Aaron B, Dark Knight Mentality. Already shouted you out. Devin Bucks, morning people. I think that's a new name I haven't seen. So salute and shout out to you. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. And a super chat came through. My man Kill Deuce, who always drop a super chat Appreciate it. Might have to wrench you up if you ain't got a wrench already. I can see your name on the super chat quite often. Kenny Conjo in the building. The Mac the Trucker dropped a little something, dropped a couple dollars on it. Appreciate that. Who else we got in this bad boy? I think that's gonna possibly cover it for the early bird squad. But Dallas Cowboy came through the super chat. Thank you very much. Cashmere Black in the building for the super chat. He said, "What's the science, Bernard? What's the science?" Don't know if I understand the question, but I do love science. I talk about science. I try to, as Zero says, I try to science it when I explain some things sometimes. Not always as well as Zero. Speaking of Zero, the educated flames. Anyway. Inside joke from the last show. All right. Well, from the show before last. All right, without further ado, we're going to bring up the man of the hour, the one and only MOT in the building. What's going on?
Hey, how's it going, man? Hey, what's going on, man?
One moment.
All right, you know, like,
wait a second. Got to get better at this shit. I don't like headsets. I really would prefer to have no strings nowhere, but I don't quite know how to do that with a little, I don't know, get a little mic that sit right there. I don't know. I mean, no, that wouldn't help. I don't know how to do it with the earpiece. Anyway. So we're doing it like this. And now I should be able to hear you say something.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, MOT? You've been setting the Black Manosphere, Black YouTube on fire with your
Not really,
point.
Man.
Not really. You don't think
really,
so?
Not really, man.
So?
I mean, it's too many substanceless, talentless motherfuckers in this goddamn space who's actually taking the space down and turning this shit into their own personal fucking piggy bank without providing any type of substance behind it. And this current place to hide this political ignorance right now is behind this black conservative shit. So I'm not saying you should be on the left or the right. I'm saying if you are part of a political movement, have a point to which you are there. Don't say that you're part of some shit. You don't understand the actual Supreme Court cases and the actual things that are fought on a state-by-state basis. Don't fall for the stupidity of just not liking black women and not liking gay people. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if you don't like black women or gay people, that's why you're conservative. I'm going to call you a fucking idiot. And let me tell you why. Right now, the conservative Supreme Court has a 6-3 split. Fuck. Hold on a second. See, this is what I don't like about StreamYards, man. This is the only application that I have on this fucking tablet that overheats the fucking tablet.
Really?
Hold on a second.
Yeah, take your time, because I'm still tagging the video on my CP time shit.
So what it is, so what it is right now, so the actual screen is actually closed, but you can still hear me, right?
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, all right. Because the screen isn't up. Yeah. All right.
Oh, no,
so here's the thing.
Still here.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. If you don't like black women on welfare, you have to cite what the conservatives have done to get rid of welfare on their side. If you look at the South, it's generally conservative ran in the South. There are no jobs in the South. Most people in rural America in the South are not working. Therefore, they're on some type of public assistance, sometimes overlapping levels of it. So you just can't say that, oh, I believe in personal responsibility, when the only thing a black conservative open their mouth about is black people's problems. They never concentrate on.
Well, sound like we just lost you for a second. We lost you for a second. MOT, can you hear me? MOT. I dropped him down, bring him back up. I don't know. Try muting them and unmuting them. Yeah, he's gone. He died. So I'm going to move him out of the studio completely and have him come back. All right, now he's kicked out of the studio. I'm going to redrop the link here in the chat. That link is for MOT. Don't nobody else take it. It's because it's for MOT. And hopefully he comes right on back. Prophet of Thought in the build. Not Prophet of Thought. I saw a P. Perfect Storm in the building. He says, why should a black person concern themselves with other races' problems? I don't know exactly what you mean by that if you was responding to MOT, because MOT wasn't exactly saying that. He was just saying that, and it's a compelling argument that black people who are talking to black conservatives on YouTube, they talk about the problems. Excuse me. Sorry, I had to get something out of my eye. Talk about the shit that black people do, or more specifically, the cultural problems that we talk about a lot on Black YouTube, Black Manosphere. We talk about a lot of cultural problems. For example, talking about, and he brings up a good point when he's talking about abortion. Republicans got the Supreme Court 6-3. So they can get heavy-handed in knocking certain shit down. They can get heavy-handed. They can really get heavy-handed about welfare, abortion, gay rights, gay marriage. They could try to get real heavy-handed about that if they actually gave a fuck. So it does make you do have to pause and think like what's really going on here if they technically are in position to do something or do more about that, but they're not doing more about it. Something that I said before about Republicans who talk about personal responsibility in small government, but how much of that is just talk? How much of it is just talk? Just from the perspective that in the event, like think about what's going to happen in the event that Republicans get rid of welfare. Think about what's going to happen. All of the poor white people that vote Republican sitting there at the rallies with Make America Great Again hats and 3 teeth in their mouths, knowing damn well they on welfare too. If Republicans get rid of welfare, all of those poor white people are going to vote Democrat for the next election. Republicans know that, so they will never truly get rid of welfare. They're just going to pay lip service to it. They're going to, when they talk about personal responsibility, they're just paying lip service to the they're selling the American dream in a different way. And I think that's more or less the argument. They're selling the American dream in the sense that we're going to you just need the government out of your way. No government handouts. Pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. This is America. If you can't make it here, you can't make it anywhere. You're going to make it in America because America is awesome, the land of opportunity and milk and honey, and the streets are paved with gold out here. America, yeah, motherfucker. That's what they selling. They're selling that America, whereas the Democrats are still selling the same dream, but they're selling it by way of saying that, oh, there's haves and have-nots, and you don't have all of this American shit that's needed, is because this is in the way and that's in the way. So you need us to give you this, and we're gonna give you this. We're gonna put more money into this thing, or more money into that thing, or more money into this grant, or this, whatever it is. Their idea, they're going to give you more, even if you're talking about welfare, or you don't got a fair shot, so you need not a handout, a hand up. So we're going to give you more of this, and that's how they're selling it. That they're going to help you. They're going to, because you're down at the bottom of this rat race, and it's not an even rat race. So we're going to give you more to help you while you're down, and so then you could eventually get up. But really, at the end of the day, they're, policy-wise, nobody is doing nothing to change anything, to make anything do anything differently. I think that's more or less, well, he was about to get more into better details, but that's more or less what was going on there. I don't know what happened to MOT. I expect him to be back by now. The link is in the chat once again for MOT. Let me scroll down, see if I got anything going on here. Scrolling on down the road. Our Star Wars, he's talking about black conservatives taking on the white man's burden. I don't understand. Black conservatives taking on the white man's burden. What is the white man's burden? Explain that. The Mac the trucker, go to hell. RBR is going to get the that's all, folks, real fucking fast. He gonna get that shit real fucking fast. He can get on here with some nonsense. But he should be good with today's show because it's speaking out against black conservatives. And me being the objective guy that I am, I do want to hear the arguments laid out. And yes, rest in peace to Chadwick Boseman. I saw that last night and it was just weird. Even just seeing that headline, it scares the shit out of me when rich people close to my age, I'm 38, he was 43. When rich people close to my age die over something like that, I'm like, damn. Rich people that appear to be in excellent health die over something like that. It just makes you feel like, damn, any day now. Any day now. Shit. Osama Abdul, I would like MOT's opinion on high IQ black conservatives. Walter Williams, Thomas Sowell, Ed Brooke, Michael Steele, etc. Not Cohen's, B. Tatum, ABL. Good question. Damn good question. Damn good question. I'm going to try to remember that one. I'm going to remember that one if I get MOT back. All right, let me check my email and see what's going on. I was expecting him to just hop right back up, but now I got to go to the email and see what's happening. Because he got the link through the email, so he technically can go back to his email and hop right back up. Nope, no response to the email. I think his laptop overheated and died, so he just got to probably just wait for it to boot back up. And oh, here he is.
All right. Again, when the shit overheats, it just shuts everything down on the phone. It's only StreamYards. No other program I have on my phone that actually does that.
You can pick up where you was at, but I do want you to. You can either respond to this now or this super chat right now, or we can put a pin in it, and you can just come back to it. But he asked a really good question when he says, "I would like MOT's opinion on high IQ black conservatives: Walter Williams, Thomas Sowell, Ed Brooks, Michael Steele, etc."
Most of those people on that list I'm not familiar with, but most of those people are political opportunists, and they're not high IQ blacks. And I'm going to explain that. They're political opportunists.
All right.
Yeah. So could you put a pin in that question? Because I need to go over what it takes to be a political opportunist, because that needs to be fleshed out and it needs to be explained. There's a specific list of things that it takes to make yourself look conservative in the public eye while not doing anything or require anything conservative.
All right. Yes. Let's let's
Okay, so
get
where do we
into
leave off at? Because things got real quiet after a while.
it.
Best thing you heard.
I honestly don't remember where you was at.
All right, okay. All right. So,
Yeah, just
all right. So what we're saying is that did you hear what I said about gay marriage?
yeah, yep. That's where you was at. You was talking about the Supreme Court and
Yeah.
how
Okay,
they got 6-3, and they could.
yeah. Okay. So what I'm saying is, we have a 6-3 Supreme Court split. If you wanted to get rid of abortion, now is the time. At any other time in history, they always sent up these cases from the lower court and kept challenging them all the way to the Supreme Court so that way they can get laws overturned. They've always done that when it was 5-4 split for, kind of Democrat conservative. But now that we have a conservative 6-3 split, why hasn't that happened?
Hold on, time out. Are you saying that they were sending shit to the Supreme Court that they knew wouldn't get through?
Correct.
Just to make it look like they're trying to do something, they're fighting for the people, but now that they could actually win for the people,
they're not doing
it. Wow.
Yes.
You know what? I do remember, and this is back when I used to listen to a lot of debates between atheists and Christian apologists, and the atheist was normally very liberal, extremely liberal. So I mean, it was some social justice warriorism shit going on in there, but that ain't what I was listening to it for. But it would seep into the conversation.
Yeah, but here's another thing about the word social justice warrior. If we actually had a true society where people's rights were respected on a minimum basis, there would be no need or reason for social justice warriorism, because this shit really don't exist in any other place other than America, because there's a standard base level of rights for everybody in society. That's why you don't have these type of conversations in other places, most of which are pretty homogenous,
Yeah, but wouldn't you think though that the social justice warrior, that is not that people, their arguments aren't necessarily based in people lacking rights? What do you think? A lot of it is based in people over exaggerated complaining about shit that they're offended about. I'm offended. That's correct. That's not an injustice.
Yeah, I mean, but most of the things that are complained about in society can easily be fixed. It's just that, like I said, like the Supreme Court is another example. With the people who don't like the alphabet community, how come you're not going to your political party and telling them to get rid of gay marriage outright, to get rid of abortion outright? Because the moment the Christian right gets rid of abortion, they're done with the Republican Party. They're going to start focusing on the more social things once they get this abortion thing out of the way. And see, that's the con job of kind of right-wing, kind of Christian politics.
Damn, you go ahead.
Yeah. So trust me, if you follow the policies and what they support and the things that have always went to the Supreme Court, you would know that these people have not, they now can do all the stuff they claim that they could do. And the same thing goes for abortion. Because abortion is actually a outpatient procedure, and the privacy of an outpatient procedure in the doctor's office is what the abortion decision is about. So if you want to get rid of that portion of it, right now you have a 6-3 Supreme Court split. They can still send all the bullshit laws up there and have it overturned right now.
Yeah,
they're not doing it.
That's why when I was listening, this was a few years ago. This was like when Trump was first getting elected, and they were pretty sure that he was going to flip the Supreme. Well, no, I think this was after he won, and they were pretty sure he was going to flip the Supreme Court upside down, and they were already predicting it's going to be 6-3. And for them, the sky was falling because all of the gay marriage is done, abortion is going to be banned. In their eyes, we were going to be like that one show that Game Changer just reviewed. What was it called? Is it called?
Handmaid's Tale?
No. That show where the women, where they basically, it looked like an extreme,
The Handmaid's Tale. That's what it is.
Oh, the Handmaid's Tale. Yeah. I couldn't understand what you said, but yeah. Basically, the social justice warrior element of that show that I was listening to. They felt like they were going to be in Handmaid's Tale, and they were losing their shit.
Correct.
And now that Republicans got the power to do all that shit,
they're not doing none of that
nothing.
shit. That was never their intention to do any of that. Their intention was to fight for it when they knew they couldn't get it. Now that they can get it, they don't. So now that we have that off the table.
All right, what do you think about what Hood Conservatives is saying? The Supreme Court.
I don't talk to Hood Conservatives. They're not conservatives. They're fascists. Next
okay, what do you think about what Hood Fascists is saying?
The Hood Conservative don't realize, like I said before, they're not sending cases up. Why did they stop sending cases up? So I'm done with talking to stupid people. Remember, they did not send any more cases up. If they did, we would be seeing them before the Supreme Court, but they're not.
So, all right, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, so it's like you have to understand, when David Monroe comes to a conversation, he comes to derail the conversation with something that doesn't. Put the statement back on screen so I can show you the stupidity of this individual.
Okay, wait, hold on. I gotta find it, and there's that.
Okay, the Supreme Court. Everything that they always send up to the Supreme Court happens on a yearly basis. If they stop sending cases up, that means that they're not doing what they were doing before. So by calling it a 24-hour drugstore, it makes no sense. It's either they are doing it or they are not doing it. It's either they are fighting for something or they're not fighting for something. All right, so we're done with that stupidity. All right, so.
Sorry, David.
No, it's fine. You find these people need to be disrespected the shit out of on site because he don't live in the fucking hood and he's not a conservative. So how the fuck are you a hood conservative? So you come up with a brand name.
That's a good one.
It's stupid. Well, why the fuck are we even talking to these dudes? Yeah. So,
he said he don't live in the hood and he's not a conservative.
Yeah, it's kind of like the
David.
It's kind of like Hebrew Israelites. It's kind of like Hebrew Israelites. You don't speak Hebrew and you're not from Israel, but you're not. Get the fuck out of here. Like.
I'm with you on that one. I'm
okay.
You.
All right.
I got my disagreement. I'm plotting on having a
moving forward.
Yeah, I'm plotting on having a Hebrew Israelite panel. So I'm with you on that one though.
Yeah.
But,
so,
all
right. So moving forward, they're not fighting to get rid of gay marriage. Not even the Christian right, who's really against it, is not even fighting against gay marriage. They're not. The so-called
the Christian right isn't fighting against it?
No, because the Christian right is the one who normally funds all these cases to go to the Supreme Court. They're not even fighting against it either.
That's weird because
it sure is.
Okay, when it comes to the Christian rights on the ground, the people that that put Bush in office, those people, I looked at them as the true believers. They were the ones who was really against the shit. But it's a whole different spin move when it makes it up the line to the people and the elected officials who were just placating and pandering to them to get their vote.
Correct.
But are you saying that the Christian right on the ground at the grassroots that they're not true believers as well? Or
oh no, they are true believers, but their political will is not being done. Remember, they were against abortion, they were against gay marriage, and now they got the 6-3 Supreme Court split. Not even they are fighting for that shit that hard.
Yeah, it seems like they should be raising hell. They should be raising hell right now.
Yes, they should. So that's what I'm saying. If the true believers are not getting their will done, how are all these people dumping themselves into this so-called conservative movement? If the true believers are not getting their will done. Okay, welfare. I want to know which one of these hood conservatives, if you could provide me bank statements stating that you did not spend that stimulus check that came to you when Donald Trump gave it out. I also want you to prove to me that you did not spend your stimulus check when Bush, during his first term, gave out the stimulus check. That's how he got reelected the first time in 2004. So these people ain't as independent and as rugged individualists as you may seem, because most of these people in these rural areas, they exclusively live off public assistance, to include farmers. Farmers not only get a bunch of help from the government, but they use all of this immigrant labor on their property to actually bring these crops to term. So you would drive in the middle of nowhere and you'll see a Trump sign that says Trump 2020. And below that sign, you would see "Si habla español." We have work for you here. Because truth be told, these farmers are spray and rake farmers. They're not out here tilling the land. And if you ever drive through farm country like I do a lot, you do not see whites out there dealing with that land. You see Latinos dealing with that land. Even now, the same way. So conservatives are cheap labor conservatives. They don't care about minimum wage. They don't care about any of that stuff. So right now, conservatives are anti-union, but they're not anti-police union. Police get to have strong unions where people can just, commit unconstitutional acts and not be, quote unquote, personally held responsible for their actions. But I thought that we believed in the Constitution. It doesn't say in the Constitution that a police officer has more rights to equal life than a person. So when these black conservatives come out, the primary things that they complain about is things that are wrong in black society. And since they don't have an agenda to bring to the actual party that they say that they are part of, the only thing that they're doing is providing free labor of destroying the credibility of the group that they are a part of and not asking for anything in return. Because right now, the political conservative, new conservative, who don't know anything about policy, politics, or even history, it's easy to fit into that mold. Just so long as you never talk about policy, just so long as you never ask for anything, and just so long as you toe the corporate line, the Fox News corporate line, or the AM radio corporate line, or the Culture Warrior corporate line. Because all those people who that guy had up there earlier, Candace Owens, not a conservative, political opportunist. Want to know why? She talks about a lot of shit. What policy has she brought to the party that she tried to get black conservatives, both men and women, to sign off on? The answer, absolutely fucking nothing. The same with ABL, the same with Brandon Tatum, the same with most of these other people who do this. And we got some newcomers in the manosphere because, most of these people are unprincipled like a motherfucker. They always want to be on some hustle shit rather than providing some substance. So that's where we are with that. So there's no reason to debate these people, because when you don't have a point to which you're in a party, but you want to debate people who do have a point to being where they are, you inherently have an advantage. Because you have a position that cannot be attacked, while you can point at other people's positions so that way it can be attacked.
Yeah, that's one thing that I noticed particularly with Candace Owens. Her argument.
You only hear her mouth when it comes to racial shit. That's the only time you hear her mouth for the most part.
Her argument more or less consists of vote. Shit is fucked up with black people. Vote Republican. You voted Democrat, shit's fucked up. Vote Republican.
I'm cool with that. Why? You keep saying that. Okay, so here's the thing. Let's say, for the sake of argument, she's right.
Mm-hmm.
What party was the opposite of the Democratic Party?
You said what party was the opposite of the Democratic Party? Republican.
Okay, so why would they want you to vote for an actual party that they was always fighting against?
You said why would Democrats want you to vote for a party that they were always fighting against?
Yes. Okay, so
of course Democrats wouldn't.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that people vote for a particular party because they get something out of it.
Right.
If she doesn't have why she's over, like she's a paid political mouthpiece. Every woman that's over there on the conservative side is not going to be Candace Owens.
Mm-hmm.
Candace Owens has no policies for Black people. I've not seen any.
All right. Well, we touched on this on the last time. Well, last time you were on, and this came up, and we touched on it.
Yeah.
What do you think about the idea that policies is not exactly what's needed? It's the fact that Black people have a mindset and a mentality like we have to lean so much on what we're going to get instead of
I'm not
going to
be part of that argument. I'm not going to be part of that argument because politics is about policy. Mm-hmm. And if you're trying to take the focus off of policy, then we're done with the conversation. Like, you have to understand that corporations get their will done all the time through policies. Like my transportation company doesn't get as many tax breaks as a Swift or a Prime or a Warner or a Schneider, even though we're in the same industry, because they pay for special breaks for their actual company, even though we're in the same industry. So when they donate money to political campaigns, they're getting something out of it.
Well, hold on. So are you more or less saying these people that are just talking about cultural shit and not talking about policy, they need to I'm about to give an alternative. Are you saying that they really should just get the fuck out of the political conversation and just in a separate place go talk about culture? Yeah, culture is an important thing, and I'm sure you agree with that.
Important, but it's not that important when it comes to actual policies. Culture and policies are two different things. You have a 6-3 Supreme Court. You're not getting rid of welfare because some white people are not giving up welfare. They're not giving up their disability. They're not giving up their all the shit that they claim Black people are actually abusing. Whites are not giving up that shit either. Whites actually have a single motherhood problem right now that are fucking growing extremely rampant. You don't hear whites coming out here saying take all that shit away from them. So all the things that they're complaining about, well, not really complaining about, or trying to lean on, but they know they don't have the actual ability to solve. They can't solve it. So they're kind of like in a dead zone where they get to shoot out, but can't nobody shoot them because they don't have any core values.
Okay, let's talk about this. Okay, Antonio Tutt says conservatives don't care about gay marriage. All we care about is them not forcing their lifestyle on us, and they are.
What are you?
I don't like the term forcing it on us, but they are affecting policies that affect some of the rules in society about the LGBTQRS.
6-3 Supreme Court is about. You don't like the law, you challenge it all the way to the Supreme Court. You have a 6-3 split right now.
Yeah. Okay.
6-3 split.
But so you could work with a conservative who's talking about that because he's talking about policies versus
No, he's not talking about policy.
Well, no, if he's talking about using that 6-3 split.
He's not talking about policy. You know why he's not talking about policy? There's a very key phrase in that statement that's on the screen that he's not talking about policy. You know what it is?
Lifestyle. Forcing their lifestyle on us.
There you go. Just because gay marriage is out there doesn't mean I'm going to get gay married. No, that legalized doesn't mean I'm gonna smoke the shit. I'm still on the federal guidelines.
That's what I used to always say when I was very more on the liberal end and voting Democrat, and even I mean I voted Democrat in the last. I mean I'm kind of embarrassed to say I'm not.
Hey, I'm not. I know exactly I got where I voted at.
Yeah. I voted. I didn't vote for Trump in the first time he ran. So you know who I voted for, but I was very Democrat in liberal back then. But either way, I used to say back then, and I still say now, that if you don't like gay marriage, then don't get gay married. That's how I do feel about it. Now, I do feel like the LGBTQ RSTUV are making a lot of political overreaches, in my opinion, with the transgender and the bathrooms and all of that shit.
Okay.
And
why isn't it not being challenged?
Exactly.
By your 6-3 majority. Why is it
Exactly.
not being challenged? You have a rubber stamp Supreme Court right now.
Mm-hmm.
So, Mr. Tut, why are you not going to your party and asking them about that?
All right. Osama Abdu says, sick and tired of MOT name calling when he is intellectually outclassed and not good for your channel, BR. No one wants to hear the slander. Is tired, man. I think everybody do a little bit of name calling. I don't think it means he's intellectually outclassed, but people do tend to name call, or it's always a little bit of that going on.
Well, let's help you make a lot more money. Osama Abdu, could you super chat one thing that I've said on this channel today that supports what you just said? All right, but I'm going to keep going because see, the problem is that he feels inferior because he probably is. It's not that I've said that. I'm asking for tangibles, things that you actually have to prove and do. That's different than just letting you run your goddamn mouth for any type of reason.
Okay, Lionheart says MOT. Okay, oh shit. Bible tells us that the great Jewish King Solomon married the great African queen, the Queen of Sheba. You can Google African Jewish. Oh, he responded to the Israelite comment. I don't know if you want to touch on that or do anything with that.
No, I don't need to. I don't. Like I said, you don't speak Hebrew, and you're not an Israelite. Israel is a made-up country, land that was stolen from other people and given to them. Israel just started existing. Like, I just can't call myself Jesus from the 13 colonies of the United States. That's what it sounds like. Rather than Jesus of Nazareth, where he was born, apparently, Jesus of the 13 colonies of the United States.
All right. Okay. Antonio Tut, and thank you for all the super chats, Antonio Tut. We do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Thank you very much, very much. He says Supreme Court isn't the answer to everything. There are 3 branches of government, not one.
Thank you, Tay, for saying that, Anthony Tut. Where have been the policies by the conservatives that was brought up to get rid of gay marriage, the bathroom bills, and all of that? Where are those policies? Where have them bills have been sent? Like, there's a lot of bullshit bills that get struck down, but where has those bills been sent? By the conservatives in the party, since you're so mad about it. If you want policy to be done, like, no one passed Citizens United. Like the House and the Senate did not pass Citizens United that allow for unlimited money in politics. They challenged it all the way up to the Supreme Court for that to happen. And the 5-4 split of the conservatives is how that law became law of the land. If your people are not providing the actual laws to be voted on, that's the other way you get it done. And since you know fucking well that neither one of those things have happened, that's just another ploy to tell me that you're trying to aim the conversation in a direction where you don't see action. You don't see action from that. There's a lot of bullshit bills that are knocked down every day. So why is there no laws from your side? If this is what you believe, why are there no laws? Again, we're going to keep the conversation moving forward because we want to try to take it off the rails. So what I'm saying is, if you're part of a political movement, I call the word policy, other people use the word agenda. It means the same thing. Why are you part of the party? And you can't say stupid shit like, I believe in family. I'm personally responsible. Dude, everybody believes in family. Everybody believes personal responsibility. Nobody wants to get fucked up when they enter a relationship when it goes to marriage. I don't see people lobbying for any of that. But politics is about policy. Politics is not about culture shit. If you want behavior to be regulated, you have to send up laws to regulate behavior. You can't say this is where the stuff happens, but there's no laws or bills that's been sent up to correct these things. So what I'm saying is this. I'm fine with conservatives and conservatism. Stay where you are. But you have to tell us what your intentions are over there other than justifying black people being killed or pointing at a stack of dead bodies with people who only became weaponized after they died. I want to know why you're over there and what laws and policies that you're going to push while you're over there. So that way you can build a coalition like every other group of people do. They have people on both sides infiltrate both parties. They invest in it and they have people to vote in it as a block. The reason why we can't get anywhere is because we have all these different groups and factions that are not really working together. So what I'm saying is, I'm not trying to change your mind on being a conservative. I'm just saying, lay out why you're over there. And if you're over there just to talk about the cultural shit, then you're not part of the political conversation anyway. You're nothing but an entertainer, like Rush Limbaugh or Sean Hannity or Mike Levin or all these other people. Like, even those people are not pushing policy on their show. There's no policy kind of breakdown of what's going on over there. It's like this entertainment word become the politics of the day when politics is about policy. And why you're over there. When a corporation donates money to an actual political party or a type of law or rule, they get their way. So what I'm saying is, let's put something together so that way we can get something for us. And if you don't want to do that, then there's no need to engage with people because politics is about policy.
Interesting. Good stuff. As far as policies, I remember you talked about on the last show, last time you were on here, you was talking about what specific policies that you that you push for that you think would help. I don't know if it was specifically, I think it was specifically black people.
The police issue. I could correct the police issue overnight. You want to talk about that?
Yeah. I think I know where you're going, but yeah, go ahead.
I correct the police issue overnight. If you pull over a person for any reason, you run their ID and it comes back with no felonies, you lose your job and you go to jail for 20 years for violating somebody's constitutional rights.
Hold on. You said if you pull somebody over for any reason, they were speeding. They doing 15 miles above the speed limit.
No. That's an observed crime.
Oh.
Yeah. For a bullshit reason.
Oh.
And you make up a reason. And you have all this camera equipment and you can't prove why you pull the person over.
Got you.
For any reason, you go to jail for 20 years.
Yeah, that'd stop a lot of random pulling over.
Okay, here's another thing.
How would you go about even trying to push for that one?
Wait, hold on. I'm not like, this is what I'm saying. You violated somebody's constitutional rights. You make the penalty very high for when you violate somebody's constitutional rights. That's how you go after that. Right. You increase penalties for violation of constitutional rights. This doesn't cover investigating a specific crime that you can prove that you was actually investigating at the time. Because police have blotters, they have formations when they sit down. Most police come in contact with people because there ain't no consequences for doing so. Yeah. So if you want to cut down on police interactions, that's how you cut down on it. Another thing that you can do is have police licensed, bonded, and insured. So that way, connected to them doing that, every time you pull somebody over for no reason, your rates go up. Because now you are in increased danger to society whenever you're engaging in unconstitutional behavior. Because if you're good at your job, you shouldn't be pulling people over for random bullshit reasons. Like if you are a surgeon, if somebody come in for the common cold and somehow you cutting tonsils out when that was not part of the damn diagnosis.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is this: have people act like professionals. Those people go through a lot of training. They just misuse the training and it's covered within society because they have laws in place that cover them. I want to remove all those laws. That's how you fix the police issue. You also can put them under the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
Explain
like in
that.
the military. It's a very strict and rigid law system that prosecutes the hell out of you of everything that you do wrong in society against the society. This is how they keep Navy SEALs from whacking people outside of their actual job description and everything else. It's a very harsh system, and there are significant consequences when you step out of line. We can't say that police are held to any type of responsibility by the Internal Investigation Board. I want the police to be more professional than the citizens. I don't expect the citizens to be more professional than the police. The police are at work. The citizens are not at work. The citizens do have a responsibility, but at the end of the day, we can't just be shooting people in the back and say it's okay, because you have to bring people to a trial before you punish them. Now, this is a lot different than somebody running away from the police and the police go over and tackle them. Sorry, shouldn't have been running. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But we don't want bullets to do that. I don't mind you being tased and all that kind of shit. I don't want you being tased on the ground when it comes to a tussle on the ground, because the taser is not supposed to be used in that type of situation. So what happens when you pull out a taser in a very close quarter situation, it forces you to upgrade to deadly force.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying this. I want there to be a lot more unalive police than I want unalive citizens. I don't think the police have any more right to life than citizens do. I don't think the police should be afraid for their life. I think citizens should be afraid for their life. They have a verified reason to be afraid for their life at this point. If you see over and over again that people get away with abject murder, nobody can say what's going to happen once that gun gets pointed at you. You may think it's easy to just comply or whatever, but if people are pulling out guns, you've escalated the situation. You're supposed to be a de-escalation agent as a police officer.
Yeah.
And we know that they don't treat people the same everywhere. We know that. So that's how I would solve the police issue, by increased fines and penalties for constitutional rights being violated.
Perfect Storm. He said every conservative is not against gay marriage and abortion. And I do find it odd, and that speaks back to what we said about the religious right. Sam Harris talked about this, how he said that the political system, or how people think about politics, is fucked up in this country, that if somebody tells me their position on gay marriage, I probably can predict their position on global warming. You shouldn't be able to do that, because those are two completely different issues. But you can make a prediction of somebody's position on global warming based off their position on gay marriage. That just shows that people are just picking a side and toting the party line.
Correct.
So yeah, that is interesting. So it does seem like it wouldn't be that divided up, that if you vote Democrat, you support gay marriage, and you're against gay marriage, or you're for gay marriage and against abortion, or this or that. It shouldn't be that. It shouldn't be that much of a easily visible line drawn in the sand. Black Quizzard came through. I need to get the explosion or the drop the $50 super chat on me. He said conservatives tend to brush off policies until they benefit large corporations in the hope of an economic trickle-down effect. I like how he said the hope of an economic trickle-down effect. That's something that I put towards Lil Big Nate when he was on here, and I hope he come back. No,
I don't.
Yeah, I like Lil Big. I like Lil Big Nate. He haven't been back since the last blow up on the show, but
because we can't talk about policy. For the culture war.
fucking
but
idiot.
it's something to that. Like Bill O'Reilly wrote a book called Culture Warrior, so that's what he was talking about.
Yes, I'm telling you, Bill O'Reilly is a very smart, calculating dude. I suggest people read that book. But Black Wizard is right. The super chat previous to that is even more right, because most people are conservative and then they go straight to gay marriage and abortion. I don't like gays and I don't like these abortions. But it's like, you're in a political party where everybody don't believe that, but that's the voice of the entire party. And now that you got the power to take that shit away, it's not happening. Now you have to explain why you're over there. Yeah, now you have to explain why you're over there, because now you got a 6-3 split.
That's interesting stuff. I can't wait till we open it up. I know you've ruffled a lot of feathers, but reading the rest of the super chat, he says, in hope of an economic trickle-down effect is curious to me. The same companies stripping the very rights they claim the government will take if the left have power.
That is a very clear and key point. This is why I want all conservatives who actually lobby for rich people's tax cuts, I want them to go to jail for conspiracy to commit tax fraud. If these tax cuts do not create these fucking jobs, I want you in prison for lobbying, for not understanding what the fuck you're actually doing. Because your schools ain't shit, your roads ain't shit, because the actual corporations vote for shit, and these people think that they're going to get a piece of it. That's another thing. Travarius Wiley with the $2 soup. Man, I love these dudes with the fucking... Yes, these dudes understand the policy. And qualified immunity is probably like a span of like 10 or 12 Supreme Justice decisions. I'm trying to look up all that stuff, but I do a ton of shit. But we have to do a separate show on that, so that way people can understand how this came to be. So that way you can understand the bullshit of how the police went over their constitutional bounds and the power that they kept getting because they knew the Supreme Court was going to rubber stamp anything that the police did. So the actual police state that they thought was going to happen under Obama is actually happening under fucking Trump. And nobody's saying anything because they're going after the people that they quote unquote don't like.
Yeah, I don't know that much about abolish qualified immunity. So yeah, that's
qualified immunity is like when a police officer can just claim that he's afraid for his life.
Okay.
So qualified immunity is kind of like the group of Supreme Court decisions that put the police in a non-liable state whenever they quote unquote protect their life, because there's the extra rights that they have as the police, as public servants, but no other public servant can go around doing what the police do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why Philando Castillo, the cop that shot him, would get off under that, because he could say, hey, I thought he was reaching for a gun. I feared for my life. That was literally the argument in the courtroom.
Correct. And here's another thing about that case. It's very clear cut, right and wrong. What was the white conservatives who came out for that guy's freedom to own a firearm? What was the NRA when it came to that? They didn't say a word about that.
Yep. And I've always said with black conservatives, and I've always said that if we're going that route, it's like it comes down to it. You basically got to just take the good with the bad. There is a racist element there, and somebody could argue that they're all racist. But I would like to see that. I mean, they would at least look like they're standing on what they believe in. If a situation happened like that, where a black man who was legally owning, who had his legal right to own a gun and did the right thing and mentioned that, hey, I have a legal firearm, and they check out, he did have a legal firearm. If they would have went hard against the police officer in that situation, then I could say they're absolutely standing on their principles, because they're going against the cop who shot a guy who was in good legal standing, owning a firearm, and just told the police that, yes, I have a firearm. It seemed like they would have. It seemed like all the people, the pro-gun, the NRA. I couldn't think of the name. The NRA would have sided with the victim in that one, but they remain silent on it in those situations. So yeah, that is a problem in Black conservatives. Yeah, it's almost like you're taking the good with the bad for other cultural reasons, but like you're arguing that those cultural reasons, you could talk about all that cultural shit without getting knee deep into politics, because politics is about policy, and if you ain't talking about policy, you ain't talking about politics.
Themselves, it don't happen. And when the examples clearly present themselves, it don't happen. Right. So that's just where we are.
Yeah. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Do you got more you wanted to throw out there? Well, let's see.
That's a very complex question, and I could break down this question.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Detroit versus, I think. Oh yeah. Detroit versus everyone. Okay. Detroit versus everyone. All right. MOT. Do you think the Democrat Party would be for or against the Black manosphere?
Okay. We need to stop this from happening within this space. For stupid people out there, it's the Democratic Party. We don't call it the Republic Party. It's the Republican Party. So be a fucking adult when you ask your questions. Thanks for your super chat, though. It's the Democratic Party, not the Democrat Party. They started that shit like in 2009. I think like early 2000s, like after the Bush v. Gore. That's when you start hearing that Democrat Party shit. Like, dude, listen. It's the Democratic Party. It's the Republican Party. Call the party what it is. You can have your disdain for these people, but just call the shit what it is. Because if you ever heard somebody say the Republic Party, you would think something is wrong with that guy. So, I'm going to tell you why you're simultaneously right and wrong. Let's go overall. Black men don't have any power within this country. So that would be a no for conservatives, and there will be a no for liberals. The black women who benefit from black men not having power in this country is against the black manosphere. So that is a no for conservative women and a no for liberal women. The game dudes are against black men having any type of power. So they, like the dudes who claim that they were sexually chosen, even though they were chosen to help them maintain the environment and not really do anything else other than provide them sperm to build their environment based off of their hard work. So most of the game dudes are against the black manosphere. The only people who is for the black manosphere are people of the following. And it's not a Democratic or Republican Party thing. The issues that we're having in this society is based on the fact that we are not treated as equal citizens judicially across the board. Not legislatively, not anything else, because our rights are just pretty much not respected, especially when it comes to family court and all those things. Nobody, even white guys, don't have equal protection under the law when it comes to all this other stuff. So you have to understand that this is not a country that's for black men implicitly bringing their actual grievances to the government to be discussed. So it isn't a Democratic Party thing that is against the black manosphere. The whole entire system is not for black people, black men having a voice at all. So just to put it on the Democratic Party is kind of half-sided, because I don't see any white Republicans endorsing the black manosphere either. I don't see any black conservatives endorsing the black manosphere. Not that much. I mean, you have these culture warrior types, these dudes who live the SYSBM lifestyle in African countries claiming to be for black people. You still got that stupid shit going on. But the answer is nobody is for black men having power. And that's not a Democratic Party thing. That's an American thing. So your answer is both sides of this political aisle don't want to see black men be empowered in any type of way. Because if they was, you would see us not needing a space like the Black manosphere to exist to talk about our issues if they're already being redressed in other areas of society and life.
Well, that part, I don't know if that's necessarily true because there's a white manosphere and white men don't exactly have our problems, at least based off the way you laid it out, but they still.
Yeah, but white men are not part of the Black manosphere. I mean,
right, but they have their own though, to address and talk about their specific problems.
Correct, but their problems ain't our own, even though they kind of intertwine. So what he said about the Black manosphere is we're here because the things that happen within the Black environment. The white manosphere, even though there's some overlap, is about things that most likely happen in a white environment. You know, they don't have to worry about getting jobs and all that kind of shit because we know even if they had a felony or a criminal background, they would still get hired faster than an educated Black person. So those are not their actual issues. And since most of the society look like those in the white manosphere, they don't really have the problems because of the homogeneity within the actual environment. They can move to another area.
That's interesting.
So the answer is it's not like a yes or no. It's more of a yes, no, and why. It's no and why, not really yes or no. Because that would assume, left out in that question, that the Republican Party actually supports the Black manosphere. When I've hardly seen any proof of that. So when you answer a straight up yes or no across the board without an explanation, it assumes the other side is automatically right without the explanation. This is why you have to reset the political conversation when it comes to Black people, period. So that way we can see what we're actually fighting for while we're actually there. And that's what an agenda or actual policies are about. Because if you don't want to talk about those things, then you're a culture warrior. You're not part of this stuff in any case. Because your culture warrior shit isn't really going to go anywhere if you ain't got no political power.
Interesting. And I don't think nothing is wrong with claiming with being a culture warrior.
I don't either. But guess what?
If you point out that's not politics.
Yes, it isn't. It's kind of like claiming that I'm part of the Washington Redskins. Like, what the fuck does that have to do? That has to do with football. That has not to do with basketball. It's two different things for a reason. Just because you're part of a specific team, or we're coming to talk about something else more specific than what you're actually are talking about. You have to actually put things in the actual ramifications of where you are.
Tavares Wiley came through with another one. He says, also review section 1983. Do you know off the top of your head what he's talking about there?
No, I would like for him, if everybody could please stop chatting for a bit in the chat. Could he define what he's actually talking about?
Yeah, define what you're talking about while I look at some other super chats. Go ahead and post that again, Tavares. Nick O says MOT is the compass of this space. BM first 24/7. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Black Quizzard came back through with another super chat. He says, if you think the right would support the manosphere, look no further than PragerU.
Prager University, the place where Candace Owens worked at and where her show is out of. You need to look up Prager University and look at all the revisionist history when it comes to Black people. They have a channel online.
No, I look at this stuff here and there, and I know she got like a little, I think a reoccurring series on PragerU. I think her and her interview or debate or whatever with Mark Lamont Hill was on PragerU.
Yeah.
So I'm very familiar with them, and
yeah, but PragerU has a very nice history. That's almost like saying Liberty University is pro-Black manosphere. PragerU is nothing but another Liberty University, by the way. Both heavily right-wing people. You know, they have like this series where they have a Black woman lie about American history when it comes to the Civil War and the Southern strategy and all that kind of stuff. Like, that's what it is.
I don't like that. That's where I feel like I do think they say some good stuff, but I do feel like they will go too far. Like it's some, it's some stuff,
I know, man.
Some stuff that it's okay to own certain shit. You know,
it is.
You're talking about stuff that's in the past. It's just okay to own it and just you don't gotta be associated with it now. So I do think they go
This is
too
why you
far.
got to reset the conversation, because like the Democratic Party was very conservative back in the day. They wasn't trying to conserve everybody's rights back then. They were trying to conserve one side of people's rights over the other. So you can't say the people who were primarily the people who did slavery are the same people who are fighting for LGBT rights. In name of the party, that's true, but not the people of the party. The people of the party is what you have to look at. You can't look at just the name of the party and try to use that as a through line throughout history, because different people support different parties for different reasons at different times. That's what their political platforms are about. When they go to these conventions and all this stuff, it's written, it's history. You can read it. It's not secret.
Okay, so Dark Knight Mentality says, so with that being said, MOT, what's the best course of action for Black men? And before you answer that one, I'll highlight this one as well, because it's sort of connected. Where he says, MOT, how Black men get political, how do Black men get political power?
Okay. The very first thing we need to do is ask for more federal contracts for Black minorities.
Black male minorities, include that one, because
Black male minorities.
If you say Black minorities, then they're going to give them 85% to women. Anyway.
I know it's a loaded question, but it's a loaded answer with that.
Yeah.
When Black women get these contracts from the federal government, because they get a lot, they have to be forced to hire 90% Black men when they get those contracts. Forced to do that. Because right now, when most Black women get those federal contracts, they turn those contracts over to the white dudes, and the white dudes hire their own people and whoever else. So you have another law in place.
Wait a minute, hold on, time out. That's actually a thing. Black,
yeah, it is. Yeah.
What do you mean by turn it over to the white dudes? Like the Black woman get the double minority contract or whatever, and then the after she secured that contract, she basically just takes it, hands it over to some
whatever white company that's going to fulfill the contract.
So really, all she doing is just going through the process of getting the contract, and then she just get like
getting the payout.
Yeah, get a signing bonus, and then just hand it over, and then go try to get another contract.
Correct. So that way you could correct this actual system by forcing Black women, when they get contracts, that they have to employ a certain amount of, or nearly 100% of Black men when they do get contracts. What this would do is it would make Black women no longer get contracts, because they're not going to hire Black men with it, because they never shared their power with Black men whenever they got these contracts, especially when it comes to military contracts. They've never really shared it with Black men like that, even though Black men do nothing but hire Black women whenever they get these government contracts. So you see with those government contracts, it nearly covers every single type of work within the United States, right? So the only thing you have to do is make sure that you have your company set up right in order to get the contract. And of course, there's the bidding process and all that kind of stuff. So that way, it's written that whenever they do get these contracts, that they have to share that power with Black men, no matter what. I mean, even if you share it with simps, it don't matter, as long as Black people are actually benefiting off of your Black skin and your minority status getting the contract. So that way you're forced to actually share that power with Black men, whether you want to or not. That's currently not something that's in place.
Interesting. But before we go through all that trouble, it seemed like it'd be an easier fix, just making it the contract, just fighting for what I said, like the Black male minority contract. Just
correct.
Just make it very specific to Black men. That.
Yeah, but what you have to do, you have to put Black men as a higher minority than actual women's own business. That's the only way that would be able to work. And since we know the conservative side is never going to fight for anything like that, and we know the liberal side is mostly about the women, they're not going to fight for that. So
See, that's another reason why black male conservatives are going that route, because they know the Democratic Party is all about the women, particularly all about black women.
Yes.
So
and the Conservative Party is all about white men and not black people at all, ever. I mean,
right.
it looks good, but again, you don't have to deal with women in this environment. You could build your own power on a household by household basis. Women do that on a household by household basis.
Oh no, that part, yeah, I think everybody agree with that part. But if that's because that goes back to what you're doing in your personal life. You know, I separate my personal life from me analyzing society as a whole or giving, social commentary or analysis on whether we talking political or just social issues. Well, I don't care how bumpy the terrain is. I'm a grown ass man. I'm gonna figure the shit out.
And that's what I'm saying. So it's like so it's like this. Women are not going to want to share or even give up any of their power or be called on their bullshit because they're not part of the black family. They are the black family at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And are just a part of the family for as long as they want us to stay a part of the family, thanks to the system that we have in place. So the people who've been far more disloyal to the concept of the black family is not the men, it's the actual women. Since they haven't been sharing any of their political power or any of that other stuff with people. So that's why I'm saying you have to reset the conversation and we come up with why we are where we are. So that way we can get the same type of well agreed upon stuff that the Sikhs have, that the Muslims have, that the Cubans have. And until you start operating like other groups, you're going to have to not get the benefits that other groups get because we don't need a whole bunch of things. It's just that most things in this society is kind of sided toward going towards the political power once they get people in those actual situations, which I think is bad.
Right. All right. Melody, thank you for my my 0.3% cut. That's an inside joke from the last stream.
Do you have to lobby for more money? Like, how does that work? Can I please have more money, please?
That's my 0.3% cut of her OnlyFans money. I get it. She give me a percentage. Anyway. All right, Black Wizard says PragerU has been at it with MGTOW on multiple occasions. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean because they see these male movements as anti-family when the male movements are about anti getting screwed over in a bad system. Therefore, we cannot form families. So if they fixed all the issues in society when it came to feminism and marriage, you would see more of that. But they was like, why don't you accept the system the way it is? Like, no, it doesn't work the way it is. They're like, well, you got to accept it anyway. It's the only system we got. It's like, no, it wasn't always the same system. Trust me, if you wanted more families, get rid of all that stuff. Get rid of no-fault divorce. Get rid of a whole bunch of stuff. You would have no problem with families being that way. But like most of the huckster class and relationship class men, they support feminism. They market feminism. Dating coaches market feminism. That's what they market. The relationship industry market feminism or skeleton keys around the locked doors within feminism. They're not providing a real solution. The real solution is build your own power and leave those type of women alone and go to another culture where they got this stuff figured out. Well, there's an overwhelming level of consequences that she's held to if she step out of line. This isn't one of those type of cultures because she can just run to the government whenever she needs protection. The only other way around that is to create like a religion and have like a religious philosophy that kind of rebuts everything in society. That's another way you can potentially get around it. But then again, that stuff is limited as well. So,
I was caught up in the chat, so I kind of missed something that you said. You're basically saying what would create more families. It sounded like you said a list of things. I know I heard you say get rid of no-fault divorce. That would help there be more families. Because that is something that I do, genuinely care about and do genuinely want to see more of. Anybody listen to me, despite, all the, on and off fuckery that takes place on my show. I do talk about the importance of men, men raising their children, particularly their boys, and that's something that's personally important to me in my life, is a reflection of that, because I knew the importance of me.
Automatic 50-50 custody unless the person is locked up or in prison.
Yep. I'm gonna that's something somebody asked about that, and I said I don't even fully understand the process of politically pushing for that, but at some point I was, at some point I am. I don't know if I got to go get 5,000 signatures to get started. I don't know what I got to do, but at some point I am going to push for that. I am going to, and it's oddly enough, we talked about this on this show before. Feminists might, the true believer feminists might actually be our allies, because the ones that want the ERA to go through to where everything will be equal. Some feminists do want to shoot themselves in the foot because they believe so much in equality. They're not understanding that if a true equality happens, some of the benefits and privileges that women get is going to be taken away. So that 50-50 custody, it is some, I've heard some true believer feminists at least mouthing the words of saying, yes, it should be that. And those that are pushing for the ERA, to the Equal Rights Amendment, to go through, those are ones that do want that to go through. But I'm going to do that at some point in the future, find out what needs to be done politically to push for that. If I could put one little small stamp on society, if I could, help that cause right there, that would be the cause that I definitely would want to definitely going to get involved in at some point.
The thing is, I like hardline things that I can see, things that are written that I know people are going to have to actually adhere to.
Mm-hmm.
So that way we all know what the plan is and how we're going to get there. Because if everybody comes with their own understanding to the conversation, those with the least amount of investment and the most to gain is going to benefit from it if things are not clearly written out.
Yep. I remember Osama Abdul, he did say something particularly. Maybe we already kind of indirectly touched on this, but he had brought up the smarter conservatives, like the Thomas Sowells of the world and all of that. Yeah.
They're not smart people. I mean, they're in a smart situation, but they're not smart people at all. They're political opportunists. For their national platforms, you have to grade those national platforms that you see. You have to grade those things on the actual policies that they originated, that they pushed, and that was passed within the particular group that they're in, that they're actually a part of. Don't even read it. Don't even read it. Another red herring conversation that sends you off somewhere else when the government is in the marriage business. Like I said, don't talk to stupid people.
I'm scared to drop the link, man. I'm scared to drop the link.
I mean, look, I'm not going to talk about culture warrior shit, because culture warrior shit isn't about politics. Politics is about policy. The government is in the marriage business. They are. They clearly are. If the government wanted more marriage, you know what they would do? They would get rid of all the reason and listen to the actual men for the reason why they don't want to get married and change that shit. So the government is in the marriage business. So when you say that they're clearly not in the marriage business, like, push this dude down a flight of steps. Like, what the fuck is this dude doing here? All evidence to the contrary.
All right. The link is in the chat. Let's try to keep it wholesome, decent, and respectful. And if you're gonna come up here, policies, nigga, where's the fucking policies? that's how what you did to little big Nate. We want policies, motherfucker. Policies.
I know. And guess what he did? He logged off. He didn't even email you a list.
Hold on. Osama Abdul in the building with another one. He said MOT Thomas Sowell is an economist shaking my
Yeah,
head.
but Thomas Sowell haven't said how to correct the economy for black people. Have he?
No, I don't believe so.
No, he may be an economist. I don't know. I don't listen to anybody who has his point of view, even though he is smart on some things. So.
Okay. Ty City up here stunting with that crisp, clean camera, man. I got to figure out how to get. I be playing with my settings, trying to get it to look. It was only one time I fucked around and got it looking almost as clear as yours, because my camera can pull that off. I got the lights for it, but I don't know what I'm doing. I'm still working with it, playing with. I probably play with the settings over the weekend, try to get it. Try to get on your level, Ty City. Try to get on your level. I'm trying.
I told you what you need to get, but niggas don't listen. So
hey, I mean,
so it is what it is, man. It happens all the time, man.
Hey, I've already spent my money, and then
hey, take it back. I know you got the receipts, man. Go take that shit back, man.
Real quick. I do want to get on the topic. I know my camera got the capabilities. Is it the lights that you saying that, or
man, your camera ain't got the capabilities, man? Stop it! I told you what to get.
What kind of camera did you tell me to get?
I told you to get a Sony, any Sony from the Alpha series, man.
All right. So I might take this motherfucker back.
Yeah. Hey.
No, this ain't that. No, this ain't even that same Canon that I started with. This is a different camera, but if I get that Sony, it ain't in stock, so I might have to keep this and then just wait for the Sony to get here, then take this back, or just have an extra backup camera. So I had to do something like that. But yeah, it's gonna take a few weeks for me to get whatever I got to get either way, because shit take forever nowadays. Corona.
Yeah.
But anyway, man, what you got on the topic though? What you got on the topic?
Man, you know what? I'm more in alignment with MOT. But I got to get something off my chest real quick, Bernard, and everybody who's listening. I am the originator of the ideology, of the theory of the hood conservative, and just to see people like misusing it and running around saying that they created it, bro. Now I got to say something.
Ty City.
Nah, I gotta go in. I gotta go in because it's getting on my fucking nerves now. Because MOT is right. It ain't got shit to do with no fucking policies or a political party. You know what I'm saying? When I heard Lil Boosie say about Dwayne Wade's son, don't cut his dick off, man. I was not associating him with a political party when I called him a hood conservative. When I seen 50 Cent going after people who was spewing feminist rhetoric, I was not associating him with a political party. You see what I'm saying? This is a countercultural thing that I've been examining. You see, the hood conservative is pretty much saying, hey, I know that my peers feel like this, but I don't care. I'm going to stand up, take the flame, and just be a free thinker. You see what I'm saying? When I see NLE Chopper, this young rapper who's fucking booming, comes out and speaks against Black Lives Matter, I'm not associating him with no political party, or I'm not associating him with any kind of policies or no shit like that. And it didn't fuck with me until somebody came out and said, no, I am the creator. I invented it. And I'm like, wait a fucking second, bro. If anybody can show me where they use the term hood conservative before me, I'll give you the trademark and the copyright.
Interesting.
Ty City.
Good shit, Ty City.
Well, hey, that's very interesting, Ty City. I went through something similar. I went through something similar with something called Manosphere 3.0, right? Where all of a sudden,
hold on, complex, because y'all know my stance, right? I'm big. I'm not 100% for police. I think police harass people. I don't even think. I know they have high suicide rates. I know they have high domestic violence incidents. And I know they just as unstable as anybody else out here. And nobody holds them to a higher standard. I know this shit. I know that when people start talking about welfare and whatnot, they talking about the bottom line of, let's say, Section 8 is built into the fucking real estate industry. Food stamps is built into the farms, the General Mills, and all the rest of this shit.
Farming
I know this
subsidies.
shit. When you start talking about the Candace Owens types, they get amnesia whenever you ask them about where the fuck these narratives come from. They won't hold the media accountable because they are part of the fucking media. And I would never say some shit like, well, you know, welfare is a black thing. Fuck that. I would never fucking say no shit like that.
Yeah, but
When the majority of the people on it aren't black. Yeah.
Right. So the people who are speaking directly to, let's say, they're speaking directly to the people that these agendas are supposed to be affecting the most. Okay. Those people are the hood conservatives. That's who I labeled as the hood conservative.
Thank you for clearing that up, because you got somebody on the panel right now.
Easy. Hold on, we just gonna go to him.
It's not even designed that way. You think they're gonna give the hood conservatives a seat at the table?
Yeah, but here's what I'm talking about.
Can you mute your mic?
Hold on, hood conservatives.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that you just made some clear distinctions that I have not heard before. I'm sorry, but I did not know that you came up with the hood conservative shit.
Yeah, that was tight.
This is my first time ever hearing it.
Right. I mean that and that's why I have to speak up about this shit, because it's just, I'm documenting this shit that people who should definitely be on the left or should definitely be in this box are saying, hey, I'm not in that box. And they're influencing the youth. They're influencing the people that are supposed to be affected the most by the left, by these agendas and shit.
Okay, so I thank you for actually clearing that up, because people have co-opted something that you created and they've turned it into something else. And I know that.
Absolutely. And they're arguing points that would never fly. I would never fucking. I don't think police brutality and black on black crime should be used against each other. I think they're both two different problems.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, man. So thanks for clearing it up.
Wait, hold on.
So that way we can be able to move forward. And this is why I'm saying this, Tassie. Listen, the more we flesh this shit out of what goes where, there's less room for confusion.
Yep.
There's way less room for confusion if all the actual things are on the table about where we're trying to go, what type of family you're trying to create, how this shit goes down, how we go about this shit. Other races of people do this shit. Like right. I have friends in Florida, and you've never seen these motherfuckers go out there and do that shit. Why? Because they meet behind closed doors. They got their agenda fucking set, and they get all their needs fucking met. And the people who don't want to operate within that shit, they're not even considered part of the fucking group.
Well, the big reason why I even brought this shit to the forefront is because I see it as being effective. You know what I'm saying? I see it as being effective. And something that could actually work. Something that you can see the transition within the culture happening. You know what I'm saying? That's it. I'm reporting on what I'm seeing. To take it and try to associate it with a political party, or you got to be like this and line it up with the Candace Owens types and shit. Yo, nah, bro. Chill.
Well,
Chill.
Let me jump right there.
Yeah. We gotta go to David on this one.
Okay.
We actually spoke on this once before on the Brain Trust. I think I was on the panel and you jumped up and you said the same thing. And I told you then, I had no idea that you even like came up with the term or even observe, like you just said, you kind of observed the move. And that's where I came in at it too. I put the concept together because I didn't want to use hood conservative. So I just came up with hood conservative. It rolled off better. But the idea is something that I saw myself, just like you saw it. The idea that the message can actually reach the hood. And listen, I'm not gonna come up and say that, you know, some dude from the projects got to stand side by side with Mitt Romney or nothing like that. It's not that at all. What I'm trying to push is actually in agreement with what you said in terms of the free think part, right? I was listening to the whole NLE Chopper thing, right? And yeah, look, he's a young dude, and he talk a little crazy like the little young niggas talk. But the thing is, he realized that he'd been stuck in a hole for a long time, and it's in my personal opinion, it's hard not to acknowledge this rut that you've been stuck in and not see the political connections that come right along with it. And if you black and if you in the hood, you ain't got no Republican political connections, bro. This is always going to be an attack on the Democrat base, no matter how you slice it.
Well, even then, let's say you live in the hood, you're not finna stick a Republican sign in your front yard.
You don't have to.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just saying
yeah.
you can't. You can't. So you can't. You know what I'm saying? You can't.
So what are you going to do?
Right. That's not the goal. That's not the goal. I'm not out here trying to tell you to change your whole fucking wardrobe, bro. If all you got to do is pull your pants up, that's one thing. But you don't have to put a whole fucking Republican suit on.
No, but that's what I see happening. That's why I have to come up here and say, "Hey, wait a second."
Well, look at dudes like Kingface, right? Look at what was that video? I don't know if anybody actually catch the I forgot his name, Bryson something, Brandon something. Anyway, he dropped a video called MAGA Stepping. All right, this is not about no tight suit and tie type motherfuckers, bro.
No, okay, I never said it was.
I think we're missing something here.
Now, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Just because you can look a little different, you can look how you look, and you can walk how you walk. You can think completely different, though. You don't have to think like the rest of these motherfuckers walking into the Planned Parenthood. You don't have to think like the motherfuckers who see that the welfare office is their first and last shot. You can think way bigger than this. This is where I was proud of when you played the NLE Chopper video last night, because it's a little young motherfucker that most of us would call a little stupid nigga, but he's trying to think bigger. That's what I want us to do.
Okay, no, exactly. But and for him to realize all this stuff at the age of 17, like you say, you've been stuck in a rut. I think 17 is
pretty goddamn conscious if at 17.
All right, so this is what I request here. Could you just change your name back to David Monroe, because you did not embody anything that Ty City just said. So just change your name to
Bro,
David
you got
Monroe.
some control issues. You know you want to lock everybody up and give everybody orders and shit.
I can't.
Get a woman and boss her around, bro. Get a woman and boss her around. You got too many
I can't control who what people call themselves and whatnot. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Just like
set the record straight though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But people, it's like people.
Hold on. All right, one at a time.
But no, like it's just, you know, like if I name myself the Republican or whatever, like you know, I have to, you know, I mean, I'm not mad at it. You can't stop people from calling themselves. That's why I never said nothing about it. You know, I would like for it to spread. I would like for people to embrace it or take on the ideology and theory and whatnot, but I mean, I'm not for this. MOT.
Let me say this, Ty City. I think what you need to do then is, and I hate to use this example, but right now everybody is talking about a high value man. Kevin Samuels started that shit, so the onus is on him to make sure he's clearly defining every chance he get exactly what it is. Because right now it's running amok. So,
but that's what I'm saying. I got a whole YouTube channel where I track this shit.
I know, but what I'm saying is, if that's your shit and you've defined it, I think that every chance you get, you need to be sort of like what you just did right now. You just defined it clear right now that what you're talking about and what you mean by it, and it don't got nothing to do with not a political party and voting and this or that.
It's a cultural shift that I'm just paying attention to. That's it.
So make sure, if that's your shit, make sure you define it, but understand people are going to use it. Just like I saw a YouTube name called High Value Man. That was somebody's YouTube name. So yeah, people going to use the name, but make sure that it's on you to make sure that you clearly defining what it is and letting it be known that's your shit and you created it, and you ain't really about that shit if you ain't doing it the way that I'm doing it.
But Bernard,
can I address what's really going on? Hold on. I'll let you speak to that, because this whole thing started out as an attack on me. So let me address what's actually being done here, right? Ty City and I have no beef whatsoever, right? Even if we disagree on things, and I accept everything he just said. And again, we've had this conversation before. There is no static here. The issue is people who are pushing an agenda want a fake static between us to actually act as if our agenda is somehow flawed. That's not the issue. The hood is a big fucking place. Not everybody's going to be on the same fucking lockstep idea. We don't have to be lockstep in ideas, and the idea exists. We both acknowledge that it's a cultural shift. I'm actually just trying to grow it and push it more to the forefront. It shouldn't take forever to get to the forefront. If people push it, it'll come faster. So that's the whole point of the movement. Just put the ideas out there. Don't be afraid to put the ideas out there. Don't listen to motherfuckers tell you to shut the fuck up and you a coon for not doing everything that we've been doing for the last 100 years.
Okay, well, Bernard.
Ideas with no course of action, no policy, no critical analysis, no. I mean,
listen one more time.
All of that,
I want to hear the MOT policy. I want to hear the policy that made MOT the millionaire, bro. I'm waiting on it.
Like when you say something incredibly stupid like that, hood conservative, fake one, you have to realize there was no policy that made me where I am. I took advantage of shit in the environment. So when you try to shift the
no policy. So, but you selling everybody else policy though. You ain't use it, but you selling it. Crack dealer. Crack dealer. You ain't use it, but you selling it.
Wait. Crack. What the fuck, dude? Stop with the disingenuous.
You selling crack, nigga. You selling
crack. Hold on, Complex. I'm gonna go to you next, Complex. I want to let you to finish.
Yo.
Go ahead, MOT.
Listen. Don't try to change what policy means into something that you can't define. A policy didn't make me where I was. A policy didn't make an NFL player an NFL player. There are things that are going on in this society that shouldn't be going on. That's what policy is. There is no policy that made me me. So don't try to change policy because you ain't got any into what you think it should mean and try to trail things off into some other direction other than what it is. Take that goddamn hood conservative shit off. You're not no hood fucking conservative.
All right,
you
I know you
stole
want
the name. Like here, okay, but not really. This is why I didn't like about the select and non-select shit. That guy didn't come out here and police this shit. So now you had every whole nigga the world over calling himself a select man when there was nothing but a bitch ass nigga who based all their shit on female validation. Like this high value man shit. How the fuck are you a high value man when you ain't got no verified fucking career field? And now you got every person out here looking for that type of shit out here. What I'm saying is this.
Bro, how you only good for talking about women, but you can't acknowledge your politics support the women you hate, bro. Your politics support the women you hate.
The shit that you put out. That's all I'm saying. If you come out with a term and if it's being misused by people out here, if you come out with the term, it's on the onus is on you to clear that up, not other people. Because if other people are taking your shit out of context, you can't say, I came up with a term, now it's being used for some other reason. What you just said on here was that it was being misused by a person who's now calling himself that. Then he came up here and tried to change the definition of what's clearly on the screen. We know what this dude have said during multiple debates when it came to a concept that he did not represent. This is why I'm telling him to change his name back to what he was before he stole something. That's all I got.
All right. Now, David, I know you want to jump in on that. You had asked it. You tried to sneak in a good question. Don't forget that question because it's a fair question to ask. I don't even want to say it right now because I do want Complex been trying to get in for a minute, so I do got to go to Complex. I do want to hear what General and SKC got to say on this, and then we got to circle back to.
I want to respond to what MOT said.
Very briefly, because we've been.
No, it's gonna be brief. It's gonna be brief. All right. I agree with what MOT said. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna be the person clearing it up. Other people are gonna clear this up. You know what I'm saying? It's a process. You can't just take people's intellectual, you know what I'm saying, property and then try to make logos and shit and then try to be monetized under it and whatnot. But you know, trust me, it'll work itself out.
Trademark.
I'm very smart. I'm from the music industry. I'm copywritten. under ASCAP. I know how publishing works. I'm not a dummy.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Complex. You got it.
No, I just wanted, I was just acknowledging what Ty City was saying. It was the same thing with the Manosphere 3.0 shit. It was like everybody thought it was about microphones and fucking streaming. And it was in all actuality a platform based on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. But motherfuckers don't like to read. So, sometimes you got to pull up on a nigga like O'Shea and, clear shit up. Because, when they put out false shit, you got to clear it up. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're the one who created it. So, it is what it is, Ty. And, you do what you need to do.
Oh, niggas know that. Niggas know I'm not the one, bro. I don't.
Yeah, I ain't the one either. That's why I'm like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like,
it ain't gonna be me. Don't worry about me.
Yeah, no, you good.
I'm not gonna do a thing.
All right, that's what's up, man.
All right,
but hey, I'm gonna go ahead and pass it to General.
Yeah, okay, cool. You got the floor, General.
Man, listen. Some of what I'm hearing is fucking ridiculous. Now, MOT said a lot of great shit up there today. And I was listening in and I agree with a lot of the stuff that he said. Okay, that's number one. Number two, you got motherfuckers that want to make clear distinctions, but yet they don't want to stand on anything solid and firm foundation. In other words, you got people claiming they're conservative, but they're not saying that they're Republicans. The last time I checked, and I've been around for 53 fucking years. I've been around for a few presidents now, both on the Democratic and the Republican side. I've seen the fuck shit that both sides have done. My issue here is that neither side has the black agenda on their fucking mapping system right now. What's happening is we're being played by both sides. That's what's happening. That's what has always happened. And if you think that the Republicans, Mr. Donald Trump, 45, who is the commander-in-chief, and I fall underneath his leadership, just because I'm a military personnel, if you think that Donald Trump actually has a plan to write in some policies that's going to automatically bring forth a utopia for black people, you're sadly mistaken. You sit here and you listen to the fuck shit, the denial, the way that he lies on national TV, and you motherfuckers are falling in lockstep with that bullshit. I agree with MOT. Republicans do not have a policy. Only thing he did, I read this last shit that he put out. I received email on it. Why, I don't know. But the only thing he's doing is remixing some of Obama shit. He's remixing some of Ronald Reagan shit, and he's regurgitating that shit back out there to you. That the conservative side, which is the Republican side, really doesn't have an agenda for black folks. The fucking Democratic side, which is Joe Biden's side and Hillary Clinton and the rest of them motherfuckers, they never had an agenda for black folks. You're sadly mistaken if anything is going to come out of this. So what I'm hearing is a lot of people come to these spaces and say, oh, I'm a conservative, and this is the reason why I'm a conservative, but you don't have any fucking policy. I haven't heard Candace Owens say shit about a policy. Donald Trump just came up here and spoke out about this. The first time in his presidency that he spoke out, to my knowledge. Now, if I'm wrong, somebody can correct me. This is the first time he spoke out on any issue where a black person, whether you agree with the circumstances behind whether they were shot, injured, or murdered, whether you agree with it or not, this is his first time during his presidency that he stepped up to the plate and said anything about it. Because in all actuality, he doesn't give a fuck. If it's white boys out there getting murdered by the police, I guarantee you he'd have been up there the first goddamn day. I'm sick and tired of hearing motherfuckers come to this space and talk about being conservative and the Democratic Party is bad for you and this, that, and the third. My point is neither side has an agenda for black people. Period.
All right, we're gonna pass.
Let me just remind everyone. 1 second. It's only gonna take 30 seconds, not even 30. More black men, more straight black men spoke at the RNC than the DNC. Go.
All right.
The DNC gave Billy Porter.
I'll go. I have no issue with that. I'll take that issue on hand. You're right. More fucking black coons did come up there, like that one nigga who talked about, I don't even have a birth certificate, and Donald Trump is the best thing for us. I support Donald Trump.
What
I
was
don't
the
even have
policy?
a birth certificate. Yeah, no policy. There isn't any fucking policy.
Policies.
We keep asking, give me something
I got
tangible.
to speak and I got a photo out.
Donald Trump throwed out a
This how the Democrats look at you, black man. I just want y'all to hear that. That's how the Democrats really look at you, whether you're black or white.
See, number one, when you try to classify somebody under a certain party because of what they believe in, you'd be sadly mistaken. Say I'm a Democrat. Sadly fucking mistaken. Number one, I understand the illusion of inclusion. I understand that. Number two, I understand that every fucking 4 years we get this, well, black people are having a hard time getting to the polls and you got to vet the black folks, the black vote. Every fucking 4 years, it's a problem with the voting ballots, or do they have the right to vote or not? Or, well, see, they're making it hard for black folks. Every fucking 4 years this comes up. Like, stop the fucking madness.
All right, Ricardo.
You guys are intelligent. You guys are supposedly, and I mean this with all due respect. You guys are intelligent individuals. You're very articulate. If you can't sit here and see the smoke screen that's being thrown up in front of your fucking face, I can't help you. The man ain't talked about not one fucking policy as of yet. What is okay? Who believe in the Republican Party, and for the people who side with the conservative side, what's Donald Trump's plan for the country right now? What's his policy?
Name the decent black people who spoke at the DNC.
Wait a second. Just wait.
That's not even a point to make, dude.
Wait, no, but you did.
Y'all embarrassed. Y'all embarrassed in your own squad. How y'all some cheerleaders and you don't like your team?
Again, look what he's doing. He's not even talking about what we're talking about.
Everybody, wait a second. We're gonna go to SKC. David Monroe. I hope it's okay to still call you hood conservative in the presence of Ty City. But you asked a good question that I still remember. Yeah. We're gonna go back to that and put that question to MOT after we go to SKC. But Ricardo Rodney, thanks for the super chat. I appreciate that. It says great show, Bernard. Definitely great show, great panel, man. I appreciate all y'all coming up here. Dark Knight Mentality says, so black men shouldn't vote this election cycle. Is that what we're saying? I don't know if anybody is saying that in particular. Or just real quick, a yes or no. Is that anybody's position that black men shouldn't vote?
No.
Yeah.
You change things. You change things at the ground level.
And become our own group and come up with our own issues that only support us. And the women who want to go along with that can do that. And for the men who want to still be a part of the women's group, you lead their ass over there. They're not part of the conversation. This is why when you ask a certain individual a question on the panel, it always trails off into hearing something else that no one talked about.
SKC, go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic. I had to snatch the mic from you, MOT, because I ain't want you and David. I ain't want you and David to go back and forth again before I get to SKC. So go ahead.
There are groups who it doesn't matter who's in office. They have to be catered to. That's what we have to become.
Speak on it.
And you just stated facts.
What you essentially mean by that, to flesh that out, is by saying we got to be a group that's going to be catered to, meaning that we're only going to vote for you if you're doing shit that we want to be done. In other words,
you're just what I'm saying, it doesn't matter. Like your group, they have to do something for you. They know they have to. It's bad on the voting record, no matter where you come from, if you don't do something for this group of people.
Right. And the way that's the way.
All right, we gotta go to SK.
Okay.
Well, that's a good point, the general. Hey, General, no. Go ahead, go there, because that's a really good point.
No, I'm gonna give it to SKC because I know he's waiting. He want to get in. Okay, and Bernard is the host of the show, and Bernard said that he wanted to go to SKC.
SKC, you got the floor. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Hey, Bernard. Hey, I don't mind ceding like another minute or two for them to flesh that idea out. I just had
it's gonna turn into 20 minutes. It's gonna turn into 20 minutes. So you got to go right now.
Okay. Well, I agree. Well, first of all, my position is, apolitical so far. As MOT would say, I'm gonna be a culture guy. So that's just open out there. when Ty City says the whole thing about the hood servitive and it being a counterculture or a change in culture, I just had a question about that. A change from what?
A change from just going with the flow of being on autopilot, being on cruise control with the group. You know what I'm saying? Even though it's not netting any results.
Okay, so what group?
What do you mean, what group?
Like you were like, I saw a part of the stream that you did with the dude with the neck tattoos and all that stuff. You said that he would be kind of going with the flow of, I guess what you would say, a change in culture, right? So what group would he be changing from?
I mean, are you for real or are you just joking?
No, I'm asking.
Okay,
ain't no trolling on Saturday mornings, SKC.
No, that's what I'm trying to say.
Don't come here with that bullshit, SKC.
No, I mean, from his background, you know where he from. Him being a young black male, he is definitely supposed to fit in this box that's already made for him.
Right, but who made that box?
What do you mean, who made that box? I mean,
are you a specific person?
Well,
No,
what I'm saying is like
you're saying
the
who,
whole idea
so...
of let's say like the whole idea of like the hood culture and mentality and so forth.
Boomers.
Is that not, okay? Is that not part of the industry?
What do you mean? And you know what? Even in that live stream, he said even my own music could be used as a distraction.
Right. So he would actually have to work against kind of like predominant black culture right now in order to get to where he wants to go, right?
And that is why I called him a hood conservative.
Right. But what he's actually going against is a subculture, because that culture is not the dominant culture of America.
I didn't say it was the dominant culture of America.
No, I know that. So it's almost like he's fighting against a subculture.
Yeah.
A very powerful subculture that has influence around the world.
Yeah. You're right. You're right.
That's what I'm saying.
I just find I'm not getting anything. I just find that kind of interesting that in order to get to where he's trying to go as a black male, that he has to fight against the very culture that he comes from.
And that is fucked up, but it is what it is.
The problem is that he is entertaining the culture. Now he's at the top of, and now he realizes glass ceiling.
Right.
I guess what I'm trying to understand. What I'm trying to understand in this. What I'm trying to understand. He's a kid, right? He's 17.
17.
Okay. All right. So basically, at 17, he's essentially realized what us as grown men are now actualizing. What exactly is the problem here?
Well, see, and that's another thing that I brought up in that live stream is that we are in the information age now. You know what I'm saying?
What's the problem?
Where somebody like him is reaching. He got 3.3 million people follow him on YouTube. These are probably mostly kids. You know what I'm saying? From those same environments that are hearing somebody say, I need my daughter. I care about the outcome of my child. This is what I'm going through. This is how I'm dealing with not being angry and handling things from an emotional standpoint. That shit is powerful.
Okay, so Ty, just one more question, then I'll let y'all have it and shut up. You made mention, and it really sparked in my attention when you said that there are groups that no matter what, either side has to kind of capitulate to their demands, right?
Right.
Okay. Could you name any of those groups that don't have intact families and strong cultures?
Hey, listen. I'm with you.
Is it
Hey, look,
is it
SKC,
not?
you know I'm with you on that shit, man. You know I'm with you on that shit.
Is it not their strong culture and their intact families that give them the power to make both sides capitulate to their needs?
There it is. I mean,
gay people ain't got intact families that they capitulated to, so there's that.
Yeah, well,
they did. When they got the goal of marriage, they officially became recognized as families throughout the world.
I mean, but
they
we
needed
allowed
that in
marriage,
order.
but we don't-
They needed that in order to be legitimate.
Yeah, but
Why
we
they fought so hard?
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
they're adopting a lot of children too. I mean, let's keep it G.
Yep, they wanted to be seen as
a lot of black
alternative form of a family.
yeah, but we can't pretend like it's still not a lot of normal, typical.
And this is what MOT was talking about. If you're so against it, you know why ain't nobody?
Supreme Court. You got that Supreme Court.
Yeah, no,
Well, hold on. The Supreme Court at the top.
Wait, hold on.
We circling back around to David asking a really good question. Well, potentially good question. He said that he asked the question. But real quick, I got super chats out here, and Man Tomorrow out here trolling from the panel and dropped a super chat in there. Let's see how long he still associates himself with the term conservative when he clearly isn't one. Don't respond, David. I'm in the building. Thank you for the super chat. He says, "You all aren't slow. You know what he's trying to get you to say." Thank you for the super chat.
I don't mind saying it up front.
Right.
I don't know what it's trying to get me to say what.
Yeah. I think you're talking about SK.
That's where I want to come in at. So excuse me when I get a chance.
Wait. Black Guru Strike said black men must find 1 to 2 issues that all black men rally behind and use that as negotiations tool with either party. See the alphabet folks and gay marriage. I can understand that point. That might be accurate.
You know what? They've gotten so far ahead that I think a lot of people are like, hey, you know, that's just as long as they stay over there, they are bothering me. I'm good.
All right. Well, David Monroe Conservative said that MOT, you're supporting the party that I'm paraphrasing that, essentially pacifies the women that he said the word hate, that are doing shit that's ruining the culture that you speak out against. To not only against them is to be and somehow aiding and abetting the people that you think are the problem.
Like I said,
I mean, he hate me more than he hate them.
Yeah, I do.
But you're gonna vote with him, though. That's the stupid shit.
All right, hold on. I put the question.
They do everything you say is so wrong and attack black men so fucked up. But you're gonna vote to keep money in their pocket, put government money in their pocket, black men's tax money in their pocket. But I'm the bad guy.
Okay, Bernard. Here's the problem that you're going to continuously have when you have disingenuous people on the panel. He's going to answer a different question than what you asked. Now what this guy didn't say. Hold on a second, Mr. Monroe. Hold on a second.
Tap dance, nigga, go on tap.
Okay. Again, answering questions that's not part of the conversation. All right, so here's
that is the conversation. Backstabbing. Deal with them bitches. No matter what you do, you stay with them bitches. That's the conversation.
That's not the conversation.
I know.
Can you not tap dance though?
Can I speak, sir? You see, what Mr. Monroe has never talked about is how come he haven't asked those white guys on the white side that he's on, how come they have not tried to take away welfare away from the white people, but he's trying to make it a black issue.
I don't live around white people. You do.
Wait. I have a question for the hoods.
I live around the bitches you vote with. I live around the bitches you pay for.
I have a question.
I live around the bitches you support. I don't live around the white people.
For Mr.
What did I have to do with what I said? Again, answering questions that's not
because I don't live around the white man. I can't go out my house and ask him questions. But I can talk to these bitches you got on the payroll though. I would like to ask Mr. Monroe I know who their real daddy is, MOT. I know who these bitches' real daddy is, MOT.
All right, hood service. All right, check it out. I don't know if MOT got to answer your question, probably because he was interrupting. I did kind of get up and walk around for
He won't answer it. That's the goddamn point. He won't answer it. That's the point.
He can't answer it while you're talking. We do know that's a fact. So let's just let him
He
talk.
just talked all around it. This nigga did a trip around the moon, bro.
Okay.
All right,
I will answer the question.
Let him talk. All right, go. MOT, you got it. Answer that question.
The reason why he's trying to make it a purely black issue is because it's not a purely black issue. Welfare is an entire policy that covers a lot of people in the United States. So when you try to castigate it as a one-sided thing, remember, all white bootlickers only try to castigate national issues as black issues when it's a both sides thing. There is no separate part of welfare for black people. There is no separate part of welfare for white people. There's one part of welfare.
There's a corporate side to welfare too.
We want to talk about that. Hold on.
I have a question though.
Percentages do matter though when we're talking about welfare.
Nah, chill out, bro.
It doesn't.
Hey, no.
Whether it does,
chill out, bro.
Whoa,
It's way more money to be spent on corporate welfare, bro.
Wait, hold on. But that's what I mean. Like, dude, let's examine. I'm like, dude, can I ask like a simple fucking question to this dude?
You realize corporate welfare
hold
tax
on,
break.
bro.
He should get no tax breaks. He don't get no tax breaks. That's free money.
Oh shit.
Oh, that argument. That's one of them arguments.
I mean, you know,
I remember that one.
What I would like.
I want to hear complex question. Complex.
Yeah.
Ask the question, then hood conservative answer the question. Go complex. Ask the question.
So
you may have to repeat the question before he answers a different question that's asked. But
no, this one's going to be very simple, direct, straight to the point. And if I don't get a direct answer, man, like, dude, I'm like at this point, I'm just not going to take you seriously anymore. So, if what you're proposing is that a national program, right? A national program that is it's interwoven into corporate, the whole corporate thing via subsidies. The High City was just talking about this, and there aren't any. Okay. Here's the question, David. How do you stipulate that black women and black women only get removed from access to things like SNAP benefits and stuff like that? Everybody else gets it. The larger amount of people who get it aren't black, but we're going to target the specific one because you think they're the problem. So what policy wise, what is the hood conservative political position? How do you take your proposition to a fucking politician to pass it? I want to know how you do this.
Complex design. He is not.
No. I want to answer.
It was a baby trick. It was like a baby trick, though. It was cute. That shit was cute.
I want an answer.
First of all, let me.
David Moreau, did you understand the question?
I want an answer.
Did you understand the question?
He's answering it. Go.
All right. For one, complex. You never took me serious, so I don't have shit to lose. Eat shit.
No, answer.
Two,
What do you
I want cuts. I want cuts. I don't give a fuck how you word it. I want cuts.
No.
All right?
How do you cut out?
Don't tell me. You want to answer or not, bro? You want go monologue, nigga. Monologue.
No.
Nigga.
How do you cut out a certain constituency from access to it? That's how I want to know. How do you cut out a certain?
I'm not trying to cut out a certain constituency.
Holy
what the fuck
fucking
is wrong
shit.
with you? This is a whole country.
Wow.
Whoever said a certain constituency, I'm talking to a certain constituency. It's gonna have to happen nationwide, though. I'm only talking to my people, right? Jews are not over here telling us to do shit for Jewish people. Blacks need to talk to blacks about what's best for us. Stop hiding behind the white man to make a fucking point, nigga. This is about black people. All you motherfuckers. If you didn't have the white man to point at, you might have a logical case to stand on. Your brains wouldn't work without talking about the white man. God damn, nigga.
All right. I muted you, David, because I heard an answer. So complex and MOT, the answer to the question is he would like for it to be cut for everybody, but when he's talking about it from the perspective of how it affects black people,
That's bullshit.
To take it from black people,
that's bullshit. Because no. Let's break this shit down. How the fuck can you say that? And then I said, okay, well, let's see here. You identified one constituency. He didn't say, well, women as a whole. This is an issue with women as a whole getting access to things like SNAP benefits. He said black women specifically. He didn't say, look, he had to backtrack it. But look, he came up and his whole premise was black women. He said it abundantly clear. He was like, I'm not talking to everybody. I don't live around them. So he's talking about his group. I said, all right, well then to address the immediate situation in your group, how do you propose that to be the case? Because as a quote unquote conservative, I dare you to take that type of shit to them with their white constituency who largely receives the shit.
But hold on, Complex. Listen, for example, if somebody is Hispanic, and let's just say that they got a lot of shootings in their neighborhoods, and that person actually believes that regulated gun control or gun laws would help that problem. If somebody actually believes that, and he said, hey, we need stricter gun laws, if you ask him why, he's probably going to speak to people in his community getting shot. Even though people everywhere getting shot, he's going to speak to people in his community getting shot. But the legalistic political policy aspect of it, he's going to essentially be saying, oh, yeah.
There's a problem with that, Bernard. There's a problem with that. There's a problem with that, though. There's a wholesale problem with that.
Wait. Let me chime in.
Wait, 1 second. He's saying across the board, take it all the way away. But personally, what's happening in his own community is the reason why he thinks it needs to be taken away. I don't see nothing wrong with what he's saying there. It's like,
so what I asked him,
y'all still want to play gotcha with him.
No, I ain't playing gotcha. I said, look, all these dudes do is they talk about what they think is ideal. And then when we say, well, policy, nigga, they ain't got nothing. I just asked him, I said, well, how do you propose this?
The problem is your policies. The problem is y'all policies.
My policy is technocratic. You don't want to know what my policies are.
Hold on, let me stop. Listen, hold on, Complex. I haven't been waging this battle with you.
Don't make that assumption, bro.
Well, fucking join the club. All you niggas' policies is the fucking problem then. All you niggas' problems is the policies then. All this progressive government intervention has been fucking up black men's lives.
What is your
policy? All you niggas got is more government to help fuck up black men's lives. Maybe we stop trusting the fucking government.
What are your policy proposals? You ain't got nothing.
My policy proposals are a fucking shovel, nigga. Bury some of these old programs. Cuts, nigga. Just cut some of the shit.
And replace them with what? And replace them with what?
With hard work and people figuring it out.
Like there you go, folks. There you go. There's your policy. There's your policy right there. There's your policy.
Oh, what? People won't die if you don't give them government money. People gonna die if you don't give them government money. Complex. People can't make it without your fucking wisdom and generosity. Complex.
Dude, like running a government is no simple task as you make it, bro. You're basically showing your ineptitude, right? It's on full display.
Yeah, but how hard is running a life? But how hard is running a life, though? I mean, people can't run a life without your fucking oversight and pennies from heaven.
What the fuck are you, dude? Oh my god!
Did you say
that's what the Democrat Party is off? That's what the Democrat Party's offer you right now.
You're talking to somebody who's not a Democrat. I'm a registered independent, bro. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You're caping for him. I don't give a fuck. Take the cape off then.
What the fuck are you talking about? There is no cape on. I have a t-shirt on.
You on the side. You joined the fight. You wanted to jump in this shit. Don't jump out and say I ain't.
You jumped in, motherfucker. Who are you talking to?
Hey, Dave.
I was in it. I was talking about me from the jump. You goddamn right. I jumped in.
Yeah, right. And you jumped in. You jumped into a conversation and ain't got no fucking policy. You ain't got shit. So let me tell you something. You jumped in this shit. You jumped in this shit.
MOT butthurt because he lost the debate. That's why he's here.
He came in with a bunch of disingenuous arguments. You ain't got shit. Get out of here.
L, bro. You took an L. Just hold the L, bro. It's not that big. It'll fit in your back pocket.
All right. We're gonna go to MOT.
Can I ask that question?
We did what?
No, you didn't win the debate. You didn't. You're proving it right now that you couldn't answer any questions. The reason why I was so upset with you on the question.
My policy's hard work.
on the debate was that no matter what question was asked,
you just
kept answering with different things as if I didn't say what I said. Like the same shit you're doing here. And you're not a hood conservative. Like, log out.
Still butthurt, bro. Still
my
butthurt.
policy's a shovel.
Rub some cream on that shit, old ass
Hey,
nigga.
Bernard, I'm finna jet, bro.
Yeah, I was just about to pass it. Hold on, wait. Time out. I was just about to pass it back to Ty City because he's a little more level-headed here. But
nah, man, you know, I like seeing them go at it. I ain't gonna lie, man. I got a jet. I just want to drop my channel in there so y'all can see what's going on with this whole hood conservative thing, man. The whole ideology and theory and how it's playing out, because that's what I'm reporting on.
Bro, please put it out there because you can't have people running with some shit that you created. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. And I'm not. But hey, yeah, I mean, I might pop up some more because I do got to clarify some shit, man. You can't be running around talking about hood conservative this, hood conservative that, and it's like you're doing the same thing Candace Owens and them is saying. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, that ain't it. You know.
You hear that trading MBD and David Monroe? Go find yourself some shit to co-op.
We can call them the shit. We can call them like the
whole dick right now. God damn.
Hey, we can use Tool Shed Party
to attack me. Get off his dick.
How about the Tool Shed Party? Right, shovels and shit. Right, the Tool Shed Party. Fuck out of here.
All right. SKC, thank you for the super chat. He says neither side for black men interest because black men don't have collective interests. Solidified interests are a product of intact culture. Am I lying though? Thank you for the super chat.
Well, black men do have collective interests. It's called welfare pussy. And that's why we can't really vote on shit. So here's the thing. It doesn't
you
matter
just said what I'm saying. Oh my God, how crazy is that?
It don't matter what question is asked. He's going to respond with something different to take the conversation off the rails. This is his debate tactic, and this is what he does. Because when it comes down to actual policies, because he said himself, he's not going to go to his party that he is a part of, that he wants you to be a part of, for anything. He doesn't believe in asking for anything, but he expected this stuff to happen through osmosis or something. Because he don't believe.
He doesn't even know what fucking party to take his gripes to.
Yeah.
All right, David D. Durrell, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. He says, David Monroe aware that welfare makes us less than 7% of the U.S. budget, and most of that is corporate welfare that suggests forced industrial generation companies. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that.
But he tries to make it look black woman centric because he wants to forget about everything else. It's a smokescreen to think that somehow there's a pot of welfare just for black women that he wants to get rid of, and somehow everybody else's pot of welfare is going to stay. The only thing they're going to do is sue for equal protection in court, and the shit comes back into play.
Yeah, I don't think he's caping.
So basically, you can't win, so don't fight. He basically said you can't win, so don't fight. That's what he just said.
You win by taking away welfare from women who have kids. That's how you win, David.
How about we reduce the whole government budget so they're not just spending all of our money on any kind of bullshit?
Okay, so give us your budgetary proposal. How do you reappropriate the money then? I keep fucking asking you policy, bro.
I'll come back with a 60-page white paper for you. What the fuck,
then,
nigga?
Please do. Come back with something. Shit. Come back with
something. I got hold on, bro. Hold on. I got one more, then we got to go to new members on the panel. Azen Sama said, this is pointless because the number one problem is the point SKC was bringing to light. Blacks aren't capable of working together because the culture doesn't want to change. It wants circumstances to change. There's a lot of truth into that, and part of what go with SKC keeps talking about a strong culture and strong families, and what party functions and conducts itself in a way, or what philosophies, rather liberal or conservative, speaks to the attitude, the sentiments, or the policies that are more supportive of women being solo in their whole pursuits, where they could, basically fuck up and and live how they want to live, get pregnant, have multiple babies, get on welfare, and
not only that, bro, not only that,
and make sure and conduct themselves in a way that makes sure that we never have strong families or patriarchal families or men and women just being able to work together. It basically it enables them to engage in the fuckery that does not promote good families. So in that sense, I do understand where David Monroe is coming from in saying that if you're caping in any way for democratic policies or liberalism, even though I know y'all not liberals or Democrats.
That's not how it works in a technocratic platform.
And MOT did make a good rebuttal to that. And by saying Republicans do have a pretty good measure of power right now, and they're not doing nothing about it. So really, both sides
they benefit. They benefit from it.
They're paying lip service to it. That's really the rub right there for me. That it's almost like a every 4-year lip service game, but in reality, nobody's going to do anything about it.
Well, we've been fighting the Russia hoax for 4 years, so it's kind of hard to have everything going smooth. Like it's not like your side is on board with it. Your side fights against it, bro. As much as you say, even if you think it's a good idea, your side is the one fighting against the shit that's going to benefit black men. That's the whole crazy thing. If you say, all right, well, if it works, then how come the Republicans aren't fighting for it? The Democrats are wholly against it.
Where's your policy?
Dude, my policy is fuck BLM because every Democrat's riding BLM right now.
What's the answer to BLM? Conservative.
Every Democrat don't vote for Democrats as long as they're supporting this dumb shit.
That's not a
that's an entire position. I don't need a whole proposal to say no. That's the beauty of saying no. I don't need to write a whole white paper for you niggas. I can just say no.
What is
it leaves you frustrated. I don't have to have a whole policy.
All right.
I don't like it, and I'm not going.
Let's go to new panel members. I don't know. I'm not even sure which one came up first, but we're gonna go Black Uru, Black Torch. So go ahead. Well, and everybody, hold on, because everybody been arguing back and forth for a minute. Let's let Black Uru and Black Torch get their shit off uninterrupted as much as possible. So let's let them clearly lay out whatever their point is. All right, go ahead, Black Uru.
Well, one thing I want to say, I want to repeat what I sent as a super chat. I think it's imperative that black men find one or two issues that we can all agree on and rally behind and use that as a means of negotiating with either party for our benefit. I mean, the debates are fine. There are valid points, obviously, on both sides of the argument here. I think I'm more inclined to agree with MOT because I do think that the Black conservatives are often bereft of any actual policy recommendations. And I posted in the private chat the financial report of the United States of America. This is essentially the financial report of our federal government. It lays out all of where the money goes and how it goes and how it flows, what our assets, liabilities, our obligations, our debt, etc. I strongly behoove all black men, and much of this is very technical. You may want to even hire maybe a CPA or whatever to kind of explain to you what a lot of this stuff means. But I strongly urge that we begin to acquaint ourselves with the specifics of how the money flows in our government, where it comes from, where it goes, when we talk about issues involving, for example, welfare. Well, what really is that? Where really is that money going? Who actually gets that money? The Department of Agriculture, FDA, et cetera. And how does it flow? And how does that affect policy at the federal, state, and county and municipal levels? Yep. We need to get this kind of information so that as we try to actually plan and to combat policy issues that affect us personally and locally, we know where the decisions are actually being made, who to actually attack, which politicians to actually confront on these issues and try to compel them to fight on our issues. A lot of what can be dealt with can be dealt with on a leverage basis just by the change of certain regulatory actions or the enforcement of certain regulatory actions, but you must become acquainted with the specifics of how that works and how it manifests in the way it affects us personally. So again, I strongly urge that we find one or two issues that we're all going to get behind, and then use that as a negotiating lever with either party. And I'll end what I have to say for now.
All right, cool. Go ahead, Black Torch. You got the mic. You got it. Go ahead.
All right. I'm speaking for the independents, not Democrats or Republicans. My question is to the conservatives on the panel. Could you give me any tangible things that you think the Republicans have done in this past 3.5 years to help Black people? Wait, let me finish. That's don't say the Prison Reform Act, because the Prison Reform Act was to help all those people who were doing Oxycontin and all these other white people on and all these other drugs. And don't also mention the college, Black college thing, because that was introduced by a Democrat. I'm trying to get specifics, just like Black Guru said. I'm gonna put together a spreadsheet, Bernard, that shows who's doing what and what has been done. Because from my score sheet, the Republicans have been in charge and they have done zero. If anything, they did a negative. But I want to hear from the hood conservative himself. What has Republicans done in these 3.5 years to help Black men out?
Well, since you pretty much short-circuited all the factual evidence that he actually did things to benefit Black men, let's go to the thing you forgot to mention. Last night, he just freed a Black grandmother from basically a life sentence in prison. I mean, it didn't help the whole Black community, but that's a beautiful thing, and we can all look to that to point to he must not be so racist if he's gonna take a little old lady out of a jail cell and actually give her life back.
See, that's what. Wait, David, that you didn't answer my question. You answered the individual. I asked you, what have the Republicans? See, you're doing a tactic that we always went through. I asked you one question. What have the Republicans done? Since you're telling people vote GOP, I'm asking you just as a voter. Okay, what have they done? And you're telling me they freed the grandmother. Are you? That's what you're telling me? I mean, David, come on, man. You got to give me more than that.
You hear this shit, right? This nigga don't love his grandmother. I can't believe this shit. What kind of nigga don't love his grandmother?
See, this is the emotional. See, this
nigga don't love his granny.
Bernard,
you would let your granny rock, bro. You would have your granny in the dope game and then let her rock. This nigga ain't shit.
Your tactics won't work on me. I'm sorry. Your emotional tactics, female-based tactics ain't gonna work on me. I asked you a specific question. Are you're acting emotional? Oh, you don't love your grandmother? No, I asked you a question. You a man. This is the grown man hour. Answer the question. So the answer is you got none. My second question to you is, okay.
So you don't like Black colleges?
You said you said
don't like Black colleges. You don't
listen,
like Black colleges. I'm just saying. Wait, David.
I want to hear emotional. Black Torch. Hold on. What did you say, David?
He says I don't like Black colleges. That's what he said now.
Black Torch. I said, David, what did you say? And then you started talking, Black Torch. Like, come on. All right, what did you say, David?
Trump opened the floodgates to give money to Black colleges who are actually not doing so great, even before the COVID crisis, right? So one more thing you forgot to take off the list of shit Trump did for us. One more thing you don't want to notice.
No, let's do a correction. Let's do a correction.
God damn, you in love with that word.
It was a Democrats who brought it in Congress. Remember, you got to learn civics. That's how funding is made. The House, David, the House holds the purse strings. The House holds the purse strings. It was the Democrats who brought up that issue. That's why I said it's really not you can't bring up the issue that the Democrats brought up. So that's why I removed it. I asked you a specific question.
He signed it, yes or no?
Okay.
He signed it.
Okay.
He signed it, yes or no?
This is so you
got a yes or no question, sir. It's a yes or no question, sir. He signed it.
Hey,
Yes
I
or
just
no?
got a.
Yes or
Hey,
no question. You can't define my
He
question.
signed. Nigga,
Man,
hold on. Did
you
you just
cannot
brain
define
fart? Was
my
that a brain
question.
fart, nigga? Did
I
he just
asked you
sign? Did
what
he
have
sign it?
we
Yes or
done.
no?
So you're telling me. In this 3.5
Did Trump sign
years.
the
Wait,
bill that
wait. Are
Democrats
you
offered?
telling me?
Did Trump sign the bill Democrats offered? Yes or fucking no, bro? Did he sign it? Democrats offered it up to help black people. Did Trump sign it to help black people too? Yes or fucking no?
Yes,
Of
and it was a
course.
Democratic bill.
Thank you. So fucking what if he wrote it?
All right, hold on.
Oh,
Time
here
out.
we
Time
go.
out.
Wait.
Time out. This is where I think both sides play games, because if the Republicans put a bill forth and a Democratic president signed it, and then it'll be, oh, well, you see, Obama signed that, and then the other side will turn, well, okay, but it was the Republicans who put the bill forth. So I mean, it's
No,
that's
I agree
Listen,
with
no, hold on, hold on.
and
That's
there were
false.
also
Bernard,
Republicans.
that's not what
There
I'm
were
saying.
Go ahead.
Republicans,
Bernard,
members of
that's not what I'm
Congress,
saying.
I
who
want Black Torch.
supported.
Let me hear Black Torch on this one. Go ahead.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm asking him. You're telling me in 3.5 years that's the only two things that they have done. I can name. I'm just trying to figure out. You're trying to persuade all these black men to vote for the Republicans, and I'm asking you. This is what you're
Okay.
telling me. That's it.
Hold
That's
on, Black.
that's
Let
it.
me address,
Black Torch.
let me
Time out.
address
Time
that
out.
actually.
Time out, Black Torch.
Well, here's the
Okay,
other
hold on.
thing.
Wait. Time out. You're saying in 3.5 years, Republicans or Trump has done nothing. Now, a lot of black people say in 8 years, Obama did nothing. Are you saying that
Okay.
Obama? Wait, time out. Are you saying that Obama did something? I'm not asking you to
Oh
list
yeah.
what.
Okay. I'm glad you said
I'm
that.
not asking you to list what right now. I'm just saying, are you saying that he's done a lot? That he did a lot for black people during his 8 years?
I believe he did more than what the Republicans have done in the past 3.5 years.
All right. Are you prepared and able
Can
to
I
do a
address
show?
that?
Hold on, wait,
Of course.
real quick. Black Torch. I
Of
think I have
course.
your email. Are you prepared to do a show titled "What Did Obama Do for Black People"?
No, I can do this. I'm gonna say independent
I
look.
want to hear that show.
Wait, could you let me give my proposal?
Yes or no? Okay, well, go ahead.
Okay,
Nobody
my
talk. Go ahead.
proposal is because he's trying to put me in the Democratic thing. I'm just telling. I'm looking at an analytical. I'm looking at an analyst of both Republicans and Democrats, and say who has done better for black people, and we put them side by side in a spreadsheet: the good, the bad, and the ugly. And let black men pick which ones who they
Can I
feel. You can weight it or the way you want to. I'm just putting the facts up. Okay.
can I ask a
I can
question about that?
wait. That's not for you to ask. That's the Bernard. That's
Well,
I'm
Bernard's
asking you the
proposal, not
question,
your
dude.
proposal. Unless you're gonna go the
All right,
counterpoint.
never mind. Keep running, bro. Keep running. Go ahead.
Bernard, is that a good proposal or what?
Kinda. I would like to focus it more on Obama because Obama get charged up with not doing a damn thing for black people. So I did want to find somebody other than RBR who think
Okay.
Obama was great for black people.
Because I'm trying because I'm independent, so I don't want to be persuaded
Everybody's
on one.
fucking independent, even though
Do you know why I'm independent? Because I learned the facts. I read about
They don't
what's
want to
going
claim
on.
Democrats, but they want you to vote still. They don't want to claim them, but they still want to vote for
would
them.
you stop? Nobody's talking to you.
All right,
Let me speak.
All right,
David.
hold on. Go ahead real fast, and I'm gonna see whoever. I don't even know who got this on the screen.
Now, if you want me, I can do the research for what Obama did, but I still want to do my separate thing where I show the differences.
All right, send
that's a fair
send
proposal.
that to me in an email. We'll get a date together where we'll do something like that.
Now, my second question to David is okay. Who does, and this is a long-standing question, David. Who does better with the economy, the Republicans or the Democrats?
You didn't even let me answer the first question.
Motherfucker, answer the goddamn question.
Dude, don't come up with rapid fire questions. I want to answer them in order. So let's get to the first question that I never got to answer.
You did answer it. You said you answered. Bernard said you answered it.
I didn't answer it. You started talking. He wanted to do a fucking show.
Bro, and answer questions.
Bro, here's the question. No, you asked me why Republicans haven't done this and that for black people. Dude, they're not going to do shit for people who, one, don't like them, two, will call them racist every chance they get, and three, don't vote for them. If you engage with the Republican Party, you can extract things from them. That's how voting processes work.
What have you
All right.
extracted from them?
No, this
Let's leave-
okay.
let's-
You answered. Are you finished? You finished your answer, correct?
Hold your thought, Black Torch. Was it a second question that you needed to answer to?
Yeah, the second
Okay, all right.
question
All right,
is
hold your thought. We're gonna ask that second question if I get through these super chats because I'm about to lose them in a second. During Obama, less than 1% of the SBA loans went to black folks, men or women. Thanks, JJ, for the super chat. Black
What's the
Wolf,
percentage for right now?
I have no idea.
See,
Black Wolf,
that's why it don't matter.
good point. That's fair. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. It could be the same, could be less. Who knows? All right, Black Wolf Inc. The highest black okay, here we go. The highest black unemployment rate helps, even though I said it was trending in that direction when Obama was in office. Trump got in office for 5 minutes, and then it went to highest it ever been, and then Trump took credit for it. So that is something that I criticize Trump for. But it is currently the highest right now. But I do think what happened when Obama was in office gradually pushed it to that point. But that's a separate issue. That's something that you could use, Black Torch, if we do that show.
No,
So,
at some point he does get to take credit.
I don't know. He gets to take credit for maintaining it, and if it's currently still raising up at this point, yeah, he do get to take credit for that. I think Black Quizzer sent a. Did I just miss one altogether, or did he say? I think conservative philosophy on family structure is outdated. The nuclear family worked for the first and second industrial revolution, but it's rocky since the third and fourth will bring new freedom, and what a change, and with that a change to family values. Thank you for that super chat, Black Quizzer. Don't know if I agree with that one, but thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. You like the show is sponsored by you today, man. You've been donating hard and heavy, so I appreciate it. I think that is it. Yeah, I lost some. Hey, somebody super chatted and I lost it. It scrolled all the way up, and I apologize for that, but I do appreciate it. All right. So that second question that's on the table. Go ahead and Black Torch, restate it. And then push mute.
Again,
restate the question, then push mute and let them answer.
Okay. My question is, if who does better at running the economy, the Republicans or the Democrats? That's a simple question.
David Monroe, you got the flow.
Sorry, stepped away for a second. I'll tell you what. I'll grant you that. You know what? Democrats give you a lot of money to forget that they're trying to rape your sons.
Why you invite this guy
out? Bernard, that is, I want to say that is a non-answer because he's putting in again emotions and facts not being. I'm sorry, that's a non-answer.
Everybody knows Bill Clinton was on that Lolita Express.
What
and he gave you a lot of money to forget about him flying around with a girl.
Wait. Time out. Wait. Time out. No, okay. Since you went there, Bill Clinton, and who was standing very next to Bill Clinton? It was Donald J. Trump. And who gave 2 announcements of his well-wishings to Maxwell in jail? It was Donald Trump. The actual co-conspirator. Brother, you live in a house, do not throw stones. You live in a glass house, do not throw stones. Okay, you brought it up. I didn't bring it up, but I'm not going to take the bait. I'll ask you another question. Okay, let's look at this. The Republicans, they had control of the House, the Senate, and the presidency. What changes have they done to help men out in that since those things happened?
The Republicans have failed. Yes, they have.
Okay, so my next question to you, David, is, okay, if they have failed, what's to say that I give them the 3, 4 years that they won't fail again if now they know that you're going to vote for them regardless if they
No,
fail or not.
that's a
Whoa, that's
misstatement. The Republicans haven't been
exact
failing for the last 3
situation.
years.
That's the exact situation we've been in with the Democrats now. So I don't know if you can fairly say
That's
that.
my point. But
Give me a second, Torch. Give me 1 second. You guys love to describe black people's relationship to the Republicans as if they're the fucking Democrats. You haven't been negotiating with Republicans for 50 years. You haven't been trying to get down with the Republican agenda for 50 years. You've been at war with these motherfuckers, and now you turn around and say, why they ain't give me nothing? Why you ain't do shit for me?
Okay.
Why the white man ain't give me more? That's ridiculous. You're fucking stupid.
Wait,
Wait, hold on, time out. MOT, what did you have up there on the screen? You was trying to share something.
That was that. I'm about to show you the House vote for something that Lion Conservative is about to try to take credit for. I'm gonna show you the vote count, so that way you can see the ayes and the nays for the actual vote count.
Okay, go ahead and share it again.
Hold on a second.
All right, hold on, wait. I'm sorry to take the mic from you, Black Torch, because you're doing good. You're doing good. Got a good back and forth with David, but I do want MOT to.
Hold on.
I do want MOT to highlight whatever he's been trying to show us for the last 10 minutes.
Okay, here's the vote count.
Hold on, right there.
It's
Is there any way you could zoom in?
Hold on a second.
If you can't, that's fine. You just have to explain.
No. I can. I know it does that. Hold on a second. So what this guy is trying to take credit for is for something that their party didn't even vote for the most part. The ayes and the nays are right here. 34 to 184. Almost nearly down party lines. 231 to 184. There were some, but not a lot. So when you start bringing up factual information, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He don't. He brings up one unintellectual thing after another to trail off the conversation into directions that he's not supposed to be there.
So we're not supposed to talk about our sons getting taken and used for all kind of weird stuff. We're not supposed to talk about women being paid to stab the family unit in the back. Don't talk about that, but that white man hates you. That's your Democrats. If it wasn't for the white man, you wouldn't have shit to talk about. If it wasn't for racism, you wouldn't have a brain in your head.
Here we go.
Bernard, can I finish my my cross-examination of said hood conservative?
He's not a hood conservative. He's David Monroe, the fake conservative.
Okay. May I finish my?
Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. Now, let's continue this. David, you said that we were having the conversation about the Republicans and the Democrats, and I clearly asked you exactly what have they done, and your response was, okay, let's look at the things that they've done that they have done not to helping black people since they've been in office, since you said that they did this. And do you understand what the Republican Southern strategy is? Just a general question.
David Monroe.
Can you guys sell the Democrats? Can you guys sell the Democrats?
Wait, David Monroe. He's trying to lead somewhere else.
Of course, I know the Southern strategy, but can you guys talk Democrats without racism? Can you sell the Democrats without racism?
See, he won't answer the question.
He did answer it.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
Because
the reason why I'm asking this question
without racism.
Okay, I won't. Since you said you understood the Southern. Wait,
I want him to get to the end of the story.
Can you win without the white man? I just want to know, can you win without the white man?
Hold on, David.
David, you said you understood the Southern strategy. Okay, fine. And you said it's racist. Okay, I grant that. And we both agree on that. Bernard, you're muted or something. Your lips are moving, but we can't hear anything.
You can hear me? Y'all should be able to hear.
I hear you. Now I hear you.
Okay, good. No, it's probably because it was too many people.
Okay. He's looking at the YouTube feed, probably.
Okay.
That's possibly too. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Stay right on the line. I want to see where you was trying to go with that. All right.
Okay. No, he answered the question because it lays out in factual details the Southern strategy is a racist strategy, and there's a nice YouTube thing with a guy named Lee Atwater saying we can't say nigga, nigga, nigga anymore, but we can say job cuts and family values, and I will have that ready for that YouTube whenever we get a chance to do that one-on-one. But my next question is for
wait a second before you move on. Let me just highlight one thing. There's a video going around right now of a white dude down with the BLM protesters going nigga, 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 shoot me, nigga, and you know what happened? John Wick shot him.
John Wick, the TV. Are you? No. Time out.
That's your people, bro. That's who's down with that white
Everybody chill.
Listen. The guy who got shot in the head, right? The guy who got shot in the head is on video threatening all the militiamen, talking about shoot me, nigga. Later on, he ran up on the boy. He fuck around and found out.
Who on this panel say that they support either side of those people, David?
See,
fair point.
We're not
going to allow David.
You're giving them cover. You're acting like the fucking news media. They not just fire the peaceful fire. You sound like
Time out. Okay. I want to see where Black Torch was going with this. He was going all the way back into the Southern strategy. The same place that the Southern strategy came from is more or less the same place or around the same time that Lyndon Baines Johnson said that I'll have the niggers voting for me for the next 200 years.
Go look at Lee Atwater, which is 1986. If you go look at I sent it out to everybody on the Black Brain Trust. He actually spells out what they're doing in black and white. But I asked David, did he know? And he said it was racist. So I'm going to take that and go with that. My thing is, what have the Republicans done in the last 3 years to hurt black people? And David, could you answer that one?
They haven't done anything to hurt black people. That's been the Democrats.
That's what okay.
You literally just asked the question. That was the question you asked.
David, you cannot hold them responsible
for
something.
That was the question you asked.
No, okay. I said in the last 3 years.
Mr. Torch, I'd like to ask you and the rest of your fellow Democrat defenders, can you sell me your party can you sell the Democrat Party without racism? Like without bringing up the boogeyman, can you sell the Democrat Party?
A specific question, David, and you said
and
none.
I answered it.
And you said none
about my answer.
So
but
let
dude,
me enlighten you. Let me enlighten you. Let me enlighten you,
bro. Mr. Torch, can you sell me the Democrat Party without using racism?
I will attempt to. I will, but let me finish my statement. Okay, I asked you point blank, what have the Republicans done to hurt black people? You said nothing in past 3.5 years. That is not true. They have weakened the Fair Housing Act to make it easier for people to discriminate against black people. And I can send you that, and you can look it up because it's well written and well documented. Now,
you mean
next.
Carson did that? You mean Ben Carson is out
dude, I asked you a question. I gave you a free bill. I asked you a question. Be a man,
Ben Carson did that.
Stand in your shoes and answer the question. If you don't know, say you don't know, but be a man about it. Now, my next question.
Ben Carson hates black people. Is that your position?
Yeah, well, he's the head of the department, and he followed the actual rule. So you can't use the fact of his black skin that it can't be racist because Ben Carson did it. It's not racist because Ben Carson.
That's how you niggas sell abortion. It can't be racist because black women do it.
There's the people who is affected by it, regardless of who did it.
Okay. I think
Listen, that's
MOT
the whole
found.
fucking Democrat Party is to use the black
Time out.
stage
Time out. I
and
just got on
hide
the panel.
racism.
Just give me a second. MOT found a video that. Thank you, MOT. Could you play it for the whole audience edification of what
This is
happened?
Atwater with the Southern Strategy.
Mute up, people, while the video playing.
Here's how I would approach that issue as a statistician or a political science, or no, as a psychologist, which I'm not, is how abstract you handle the race thing. In other words, you start out, and now y'all quote me on this. You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts you, backfire. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract now, you're talking about cutting taxes and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. And subconsciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if it is getting that abstract and that coded, that we're doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me? Because obviously sitting around saying we want to cut taxes, we want to cut this, and we want is much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than nigger, you know. So any way you look at it, race is coming on the back burner.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Well,
now,
all right. Wait. Time out. I just, out of curiosity, what year was that stated? I just want to know.
1981.
Yep.
1981. Okay.
But you should note that he said that this strategy was initiated actually during Barry Goldwater and Nixon. It didn't start in the 80s. He was just
right.
He referenced
he was talking about something from 20 years before. He was describing history and what they were thinking back then.
Yeah, but I do think he was still.
Wait, gentlemen. I just want to finish. I just want to finish because I brought it up, and this is my point. All it is, I'm asking David a next question because he illustrated why I brought up Lee Atwater, because he said the abstract is the bottom line is to focus on the economics that will hurt black people. And that's what I'm asking David. If the conservatives are stating in their platform that they're trying to hurt black people, why would black people vote for them?
Okay, for one, if he's saying cutting programs and black people are disproportionately going to be affected by welfare programs, we need to get off welfare. It's like we're attached to a government tit that will be cut off the minute somebody don't like us comes in power. That's the problem with waiting for the government to give you your food. The minute the government turns, your food runs out.
David, that's not a question. I asked you.
That's exactly what he was talking about.
You a question.
That's a racist white man using government policy.
You said no.
That's a racist white man using government policy to hurt black people. I'm saying government. I'm saying be immune to the racist white man in there trying to manipulate the government. We can't be affected by the government cuts if we're not over there sucking on the government teat in the first place.
Okay,
how about that?
The problem with your statement, David, is there are many government programs that benefit all people, not just black people, but all people,
now you're
that are not necessarily welfare programs. You know, if you have a policy, for example, that provides less funding for trade schools, for example, and this happened during Reagan, by the way, you are negatively impacting black men. You know, that's not these programs that supported training programs for black men to learn how to become mechanics or to become cabinetry builders or to become carpenters or to become electricians. I saw this happen myself in Chicago. You had trade schools throughout Chicago and you had trade programs in high school. Reagan comes in, those programs go away, and thousands of black men who would have been able to gain high-paying, gainful employment in the trades no longer had those opportunities. Those were government policies initiated by Ronald Reagan that negatively impacted black men. And those were not welfare programs.
Hold on a second. Can I address that real quick? Wait, Tark. Let me address that one sentence. That did not just happen to black men. They hollowed out the entire nation's economic labor base. All right. That's not a black problem. That's an American
Okay, but the problem
economic
with
problem.
that is things affect people in disproportionate ways. So yeah, that's true. Some white men were negatively impacted by that, but proportionally,
most of
a
them
much
were.
higher percentage of black men who did not have the options of certain apprenticeship programs that were accessible to white men were not accessible to black men. So black men were negatively impacted at a much higher proportion. So you can't just say this affected all people, not just black people. Well, if it's affecting 15% of white people, but 50% of black people, then that's a whole different issue. That's a whole different impact.
All right, I want that same. I got it, David. I do want that same smoke when y'all try to say, but everybody's on welfare. But you just did a good breakdown of how the percentages matter. Something that I said from the start. So that's an inconsistency on the liberal end when it comes to welfare. But you can understand the percentages when it comes to something like that. So percentages matter. I'll concede your point. If they got rid of something that affected everybody, but it affected black people more, that's a 1 point on your end of the argument. But you also lose a point, when David is making his argument against how liberal policies are pacifying black people.
Okay, so would you also say that, since you're counting points now, would you say if you weaken the housing discrimination against black people, that is also more than a point against the Republicans?
Yeah, it would, but that's one that I admit that I failed to understand when it comes to housing discrimination. Because
okay,
it's too easy to just say. It's too easy to just say to attack on black people.
David,
hold on, wait. Let me address that 1 second. How could you prove that's simply an attack on black people?
Because they have shown empirically, that's by the numbers, David, for you on the short bus. It works like this. They got two people that go into get housing, to rent housing. Equal resumes, equal credit scores, everything. One white, one black. They have showed on numerous occasions that the black person gets turned away from the house, saying that, oh no, it's already sold, or no, it's been rented, no, it's no longer available. But then when another white applicant comes, oh yeah, the house is available. That is what I'm talking about. It's different from redlining, which they never really got away from, but I'm just talking about housing discrimination. So
yeah, and on that point, Trump himself, and even his father, but Trump himself has a history of discriminatory real estate practices against black people. Okay, so it almost makes you wonder if that is partly a personal issue with him, and maybe it's an issue for business interests and allies of his to lessen the enforcement of that criteria for the benefit of black people. He may actually benefit from dropping those standards personally.
Okay, here's the thing to what Black Torch was pointing out. It's obviously illegal to discriminate. If somebody discriminates against you, because you can't avoid a racist person who don't want to rent a house to a black person. You really can't avoid that. But what you can do is, if you find out that they're discriminated against you, you could sue them and take a metric fuck ton of money from them for doing that. So yes, there are some white supremacists, but with the powers we being in a system of white supremacy, I challenge the notion that we're in a system of white supremacy. If you can sue them, time out. If you can sue them and take their money when they get caught being white supremacists, then you can't make we live in a system of white supremacy, and it's the Republicans that are doing it.
No, Bernard, no, you can. Yes, because one, if you put a policy in by the executive branch, remember there's 3 branches of government. The judicial is the one who's supposed to be safeguarding the rights of the individual. And that's why people don't go. If the Republicans put in what they did, weaken the housing thing, then you got to go to court and you sue. That's going to the judicial, another part of the government. So
Okay.
it's not the same thing. If the Republicans put in a policy that's harmful to black people, which they did with some points of voter gerrymandering.
Wait, hold
And
on.
I give an example in
Real
Wisconsin.
quick.
I'm giving an example because you said it wasn't, and I'm telling you
That
how it
housing
is.
discrimination, that don't even sound like a policy. That just sounds like somebody just discriminating.
No, if when you weaken the law that allows you to, because then people go in there and challenge that new law that you propose and saying that this thing is discriminatory, and that's why you go to the judicial. That's why we have the counterbalance, the executive. Now that's
You're
what
losing me here, bro. You can just
because
sue, yes or no.
you don't read. You don't read. You don't read
Bro,
what's
why are you
going on.
yelling? Yo, can you sue or not?
Sounds
Can you
like
sue or
it
not?
sounds like you're saying there's a system in place to fight racism. We just got
No,
to use
I
it.
asked him. No, you're forgetting the basic question. I
Okay.
asked him, what did the Republicans do? Republicans in charge. They weakened the law. So now I have to go to a separate branch of government to get my redress. I asked him, what the Republicans do? The Republicans are what? In the judicial, not in the, they're in both of them, but as you go to the judge, he's supposed to be impartial. The Republicans are coming with their policies that they want to do. So I'm asking him a question, and the question is, I said that they lose a point because they have done housing discrimination. They made it easier. That's a fact, and I can send it to you. So he says, and I'm asking him, he says, you want to vote for somebody who's actively working against you. And I said, okay, what have they done for you? And he's not been able to give me an answer. That's all I'm saying. We can continue this all day because history and facts are on my side.
All right, we're gonna let David Monroe respond, then we gotta go to Azim Sama. But first, let me sit up because my camera off and I'm leaned all the way back in this damn chair. So I gotta sit up so I can read this super
Fall out
chat.
the chair, man.
Yeah, I almost fell. I was leaning back so far. All right, Brian McLaughlin says it doesn't make sense to ask what conservatives have done for black people based on the U.S. being a representative democracy. So based on that fact, blacks who vote 90% Dem should benefit from the majority of their policies. Good question, good point. But we're gonna let David.
That's exactly what I've been asking him. I've been saying that for the last 10 minutes now. How dare you say Republicans owe you shit and you don't even like them? You don't talk to them. You call them all kind of names and shit.
With that. There's nothing to do with that.
You're not voting for them, so you can't ask what have I gotten. That's just not how politics work.
Let me explain why that's a false statement. That's a false statement. It's because you're supposed to be having the baseline of the Constitution of equal protection under the law. So you just can't say you didn't vote for me, I'm still gonna fuck you over, and that shit's okay. It's not a viable statement, dude. It's not an excuse you can hide behind. You didn't vote for me.
But the Democrats are the ones fucking us over. That's the whole thing. If we've been voting Democrat, we're suffering under Democrat policies.
He never.
Dude, we're not operating under Republican policies. You're not. Nobody in the black neighborhood is operating under a Republican system.
That's not true, David. I can go point after point of why we've been following under Republican system. Okay, give you this. No fault divorce.
You telling me black stronghold?
No fault divorce was signed into law by Ronald Reagan. You just made a statement, David. You just made a statement.
No black strongholds are Republican. There is almost
Excuse me. You just said that no black people are under Republican policies. It's the Republicans the Democrats have been destroying us, and I'm gonna prove you wrong. One,
down to the local level.
Since you have a problem, I'm going to spell it out for you. Who you think started mass incarceration? That's the first one. Who you think started that? The war on drugs. Who do you think started that? That was the Republicans. That was Who else?
What the Democrats do to stop it?
Ronald Reagan. At the
What
same
the
time,
Democrats do to stop it?
wait.
Democrats
At the
didn't stop
same
it.
time,
Democrats
can
is
I
on board
finish,
with locking you
David?
up, right?
David, you just said that no
Yes or no,
Republican
right?
policies are affecting black people, and I'm gonna blow that whole argument out of the water.
I limited
Because
that to the 3
David,
years of Trump.
I will speak, and then you will speak after. Okay. Now, what
Oh yes,
Republican
master. You
policy
see
have
how these
done?
Democrats are? You see how these
What is
Democrats are? All they
Republican
want is
policy?
slaves, bro.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
All
Let
these
him
niggas
talk,
want is
David.
slaves, bro.
I mean, you see what
Let
happened
him
when you
talk,
bring
David.
disingenuous people on who can't answer simple questions? This is what you get.
Bro,
This is
it's like 8
First,
against 1. So, you know,
the war on drugs, the war on drugs started with Nixon, followed by Ford, and was intensified by Ronald Reagan, who at the same time was peddling cocaine and crack drugs on the streets of these cities, these urban cities. And you don't have to, there's a lovely article written by the San Jose Mercury actually spelling out this thing. And they actually brought a guy named what was his name, the colonel that was selling the drugs for him. He's on Fox News, but he got a presidential pardon for being a drug dealer. That's directly affecting black people.
Oliver
North, thank you.
Yeah, Oliver North.
Now, second, what the destruction of the black family? What has destroyed?
Bro, you got to give me things one at a time, bro. Come on, you can't give me a whole list of shit.
Point after point. Write it down. Take notes.
Nah, you're gonna go on a 12-minute monologue and then get mad when I jump in.
You see what I'm saying? He made a statement. I'm responding to him. He wants me now to stop what I'm doing to so he can get his breath. No, let me finish answering the question. Next, what has destroyed the black family? Okay, no fault divorce has done more to destroy all families, but specifically the black family. And you know who signed that into law? That was Ronald Reagan, another Republican that directly affected black people.
The chief sponsor of the governmental financing of Planned Parenthood back in the 60s was Herbert H. Walker Bush.
All right, we're gonna go Black Torch. You weren't done yet?
You know what he was doing then? He was in the CIA back then too. Hold on. Bernard, let me jump right there. Bush was running the CIA back then, and you know who was also pushing Planned Parenthood to the black community? Margaret Sanger, who was a known racist, who was a fucking hero on the progressive side.
Was in 1940 something. Are you going back all that far, David?
Margaret Sanger was pushing the abortion agenda in the 60s.
You be taking us to slavery, Black Torch. Don't say he's going
No, I'm bringing up facts because he said, how has those policies affected black people? He says no Republicans' policies have affected black people. And I just showed two of them. Now, let me finish with the policies.
The question at hand was, can you sell the Democrats without racism? That was the only question I asked you. Can you sell the Democrats without racism?
You don't. I was asking you a question. You can't turn around. This is not one of these things.
I thought you were answering my question.
No,
you see no. You like these retarded niggas on the
I think it's been proven.
Time out. All right, Black Torch, you got like 45 more seconds. I hate to wrap you up. We haven't heard that.
I just want to say.
I'm saying, hold on. We got to go to A. I'm just Dr. General. You talked on Q. We're going to A's and Sama, then General, because I haven't heard from General in a while. So go ahead. Finn, you got 45 seconds, Black Torch, then A's and Sama, then General.
Okay. I just want to say that in closing, that I can prove point by point everything I say with backup documents and also any kind of videotape evidence or whatever you want to put it. Also, I can prove that what I'm saying. So, and bottom line is black people, the only way that we're going to get out of this situation is by economics. And that's all I have to say. And I'm done. Thank you, Bernard. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, thank you.
I actually agree with that last part. Economics isn't politics, though.
That brought it home. Yeah, that's sort of what I ain't about to bring. No, we just gonna move on forward. That was Watchers. Thank for the super chat. He said as long as white people are in power. There's nothing you can complain about unless you're willing to die for their spot. I ain't even.
That's not how that works.
What'd you say, MOT?
That is not how that works.
Literally. That's what I was just about to say. But thanks for
there isn't like some Battlefield Earth scenario. Like
that's how somebody.
Don't be the shit if it would. You know, it'd be nothing but Mike Tyson's up there in the fucking House of Senate if it was.
Yeah, it's like white supremacy.
Basketball for the House and the Senate. Shit, man, we could get the squad.
There's a certain woman on YouTube that we reference here that really talks about white supremacy as if there's XY coordinates of white supremacy on a map and we could just storm it like the beaches of Normandy, and if we take it down, then we win. Yeah, like that's how they talk about it.
Like a secret crap about a location that we can like go to and like get them all, man. Like,
yeah, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Aizen Sama, you got the floor. You got the mic. Thank you for your patience. You've been on.
All right.
Said nothing. And we're going to general afterwards, so y'all let Aizen get his shots off real quick.
All right. Thank you for having me on, Bernard. Good morning, everyone. My whole thing was I like the point that the general had brought up earlier about there being neither party actually for Black America. And it, just listening here just goes to show that the main reason why is the simple fact that Black America can't, the shit can't function properly. My whole thing is it probably never really will. I mean, the simple fact, I know Bernard brought up the point about talking about establishing families. I think the thing is the simple fact that that's not something to worry about. The only way that it'll actually get right simply is the change in mindset of Black America, which it cannot. It will not change. Black America is rooted in feminism. That is the number one thing. I mean, when you look at how, for the majority, Black people push for Black women to be in charge, to be out front, to do things. A society has never and will never be built on the backs of women. It is always built on the backs of men. Women are they are survival first as far as in what they desire right at that moment. But that always has and always will, it's a double-edged sword for them. It always cuts them down. The simple fact, I think, just listening here just goes to show, hey, look, it's fucked. The only thing left to do, is for the split to happen and just, shit is gonna bomb. Fuck it. Because the simple fact is that people are looking at an actual party, the actual government, and the policies are going to be something to get us out whenever the simple fact is Black America only wants the circumstances to change. It does not want itself to actually change, to actually benefit anything. And that's my whole argument. Go ahead, General.
All right,
man. Go ahead, General.
I'll be brief, man. It's like
my bad.
It's like I said earlier on. Neither party has the good fortune for Black people, for Black Americans lined out. If you sit and you listen to 45, all he does is plausible deniability. Why didn't you do this? Oh, well, the numbers over here say that. Well, wait a minute. You're the commander in chief. You're supposed to, make sure that things are set in place. Okay, well, I'll just fire somebody. What's the doctor name that's supposed to be handling the pandemic? Hey, just shut the fuck up, sit over there. You say what I tell you to say. Oh, the numbers are not that bad. Meanwhile, our numbers are spiking and everybody else's numbers around the world are doing what? Going down. But let him tell you he had the biggest fucking inauguration turnout ever in the history of the presidency. Like, are you really fucking serious that you think that this guy who was purely incompetent to run the fucking country and is running it in the fucking ground, but he lays out a few fucking points and say, this is what I got lined up for Black folks. Oh, by the way, the Democratic Party offered this bill and it's for the HBCUs, which I'm a product of. I'm going to go ahead on and sign that for you. Like, stop it with the trickle down bullshit, man. If you really sit here and think that the Republican Party, which is the conservative side, has anything laid out to benefit Black people, you're sadly mistaken. If you think that the Democratic Party really has anything laid out to benefit black people, you're sadly mistaken. It will only be until we get a party to represent us as a group of people in this country. Think about it. The Dreamers Act. Who got that?
All the Latinos on both sides.
Who gets federal laws set in order to protect them? Who got that? From violence.
The alphabet
community. Okay, let's see. You want to close the borders down? Okay, that's fine. But who does it affect more? You know why they want to close the borders down? Do you really want to know? We're going to do safe haven cities for illegal aliens. Okay, does that make sense or does it not? You see, some things are so vague that you can't even wrap your mind around it because you don't see it coming. These things were set into play a long time ago. The president of the United States.
The general, why did the president of safe haven?
Let me finish. The president of the what? Why do what? Why do what? What's that?
Why do the Democrats even believe in the safe havens for illegal immigrants? Like, think about the ridiculousness of that. They're selling us out for a competitive group, and we're just voting right along with them. And they're doing it in our faces, mind you.
Are you going to go to the fucking fields of California and pick lettuce? Are you going to go down to the fields of Florida and of these different states?
It's a lot of Americans. It's a lot of Americans that would do that for $15 an hour.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So you got to understand that.
No, wait a minute. There are safe harbor cities or whatever you call it all over the country. It's not a Southwest issue.
I didn't say that's not what I said. I don't want to argue semantics. The
labor issue isn't limited to the fucking fields. The labor issue is not limited to the fields. Don't act like black niggas is out here fighting.
I think David has a valid point.
If you go to a construction site, you see all the Hispanic people there. Come on.
Yeah, I think David has a valid point. I mean, I don't think it's just about picking groceries. I think the Democrats genuinely want to increase their potential voter base with Latinos. That's just a fact.
I didn't disagree with that. My point again is that neither side really wants to do anything for black people.
I think we can all agree.
But wait a minute. Okay. When you say neither side want to do anything for black people, okay, that's true. But the conservatives, let's just say, due to them being a bunch of racist bigots, they want illegal immigrants and Mexicans out of here, and the byproduct of that is it's helping black men not lose those jobs to those illegal immigrants, like the hood service just said, the construction workers. The byproduct is something that benefits us, even if they're doing it for completely bigoted reasons. The byproduct helps us.
Make racism to our benefit. Why can't we use their racism to help?
I think for the purposes of this environment, we need to delineate the interests of black men from black people, because there are lots of things that the Democrats have done that appear to help black females. I might argue even the issue of supporting HBCUs, which are like 70% black female. So I think we need to really be specific about who's being helped for black people from the standpoint of gender.
Yeah, that example that I just gave it definitely helps black men more.
Yeah, it will help the black labor force,
the black male labor force.
Bernard, I would agree if it wasn't for the thing of automation. So automation is going to have a lot of those jobs disappear anyway. And that's what the ramifications is.
Okay, so then they're gonna grant open border, anarchy, and amnesty.
No, I'm not saying that
everybody
either.
that's here, and then create automation. And then, hold on, wait a minute. Then won't automation just have them just here, not able to work, collecting welfare? Then,
well, that's why they want them out of the country. Hey, you answered the same question that you just answered. You just answered.
Hey, Bernard, they want them out for different. Okay, fine. No, that's fair.
Okay,
Bernard. The whole reason why, another reason why they allow immigrants in is the simple fact: Americans are lazy as shit. Americans are not going to do the work that those immigrants are going to do. I don't care how it doesn't matter. Black
or price, not for the price. There are unemployed people that will work
even for the price. I'm telling you, I see it every day, Bernard. I've seen it every day.
Argument: give people the opportunity to actually get the jobs, then see what they'll do. There haven't been parades of black people who've been on the streets disclaiming their interests and being to work fields. Hell, our history has been that of working fields.
Black or rule. Look, this is where I'm gonna beg to differ. I see it at where I work all the time. They raise the pay. They give them, they raise it even more if they bring their ass to fucking work. These motherfuckers don't care. They miss that pay just to leave work, to not come in.
Okay, so
that's not the majority of black people.
Okay,
I said Americans as a whole. I said as a whole. Not just black. I said as a whole.
Can I have just a few moments?
Wait, Bernard.
Yeah.
Bernard, right now I'm at the house, but I gotta get up and move around, and you know how this internet connection is when you're driving around these mountainous areas. So right. I want to thank you for having me on. Shout out to the panel, and I'm gonna come back, but it's gonna be on the phone, and you know how that shit could get. So
okay, all right, cool.
Thanks for having me on, and this is the conversation we need to have, so that way we can whittle down what we need to do going forward, rather than hiding behind talking points and not answering questions. So
more or less, dude.
And I'm going to get back on when I get back on the road. But thanks for having me on, man. Y'all have a nice one.
Yeah, thanks. Right. Appreciate it. Excellent.
Hey,
excellent. Yeah, we're going to general. Got a super chat on the table from Brian McLaughlin. Thank you for sending another super chat. I appreciate it. For fact check purposes, the 86 Anti-Drug Abuse Act and the 1994 crime bill, all written by Joe Biden, who is a Democrat. Side note, I'm an independent. Everybody's a fucking independent.
Can I respond to that?
Because you know, like as soon as Bush or McCain lost against Obama, everybody became independents. Nobody was Tea Party. Nobody was any of that shit. So
who was the president in 1986? Who would have had to ratify that law
and sign off on it? Thank you.
That's Ronald Reagan. That's a Republican. Who were the majority voters in 1994 in Congress?
That would be
would be Gingrich's Congress.
Yeah, sure would.
So let's, we need to be specific about all that went on back then.
And you wouldn't have.
General was trying to get in. I don't even think we went to him. I got distracted.
Real quick, man, and I'm gonna let y'all have it again, and I'm gonna sit on the sideline. But let me tell you about this. We don't want to work shit and all this other shit. I work for a program here in the Central Texas area where we work with at-risk youth, and particularly youth of minorities, meaning black, right? And I've said it on other shows, and I'll say it here. Okay, we sent fucking over 100. I don't have my numbers with me. We sent over 100 young men that for these industries or industries in South Texas, right? To come in and hire these guys, train them, not just to do manual labor, but a lot of them were smart enough and tested on the aptitude test where they could go into these laboratories and go from working part-time at McDonald's, Burger King, Walmart, and all this other bullshit to a job that will start them with paid training at $60,000 a year. Out of over 100 plus motherfuckers we've sent down there, you know how many stayed within the past fucking year? Do you know how many stayed? And these were primarily young black men and young black women. Do you know how many stayed? Or out of over 100, 12 stayed. And when they come back to the program, we say, hey man, listen, you're 19, you got 3 baby mamas, you're working part-time as a night stalker at Walmart. We set you up with a job where you could get health care benefits for your family, for your kids, and for your, pay your child support and get you a decent little car and get you a career. What happened? Why didn't you stay? Oh man, it wasn't shit to do down there, man. It was boring. Even for the females, they take females. I had one female that I was really trying to help, young lady, because her mom was really invested in what she was trying to do. She wanted to be a nurse. She had her CNA license. They hired this girl, took her down there, put her in their LPN program to pay for her to get her LPN license. Do you know why that sister at 20 years old decided she was 19 when she entered the program? 6 months later, she came back to Killeen to take a job to pay her motherfucking ass less than $10 an hour. Do you know why she did it? There was nowhere for me to get my weave and my nails done. I didn't like it down there. You gave up a chance to have a career where you could make $80,000 a year for a large oil corporation, and you just walked away. And then come to
The
find
general.
out, nope. And
Can I
then come to
want to
find
highlight something.
I'm very passionate about this
All right,
shit
all right.
because this is something that I
Go ahead,
work
bro.
with.
Let him finish.
And then come to find out when we get the official report back, right? And the report reads like this: we had to terminate person A, drug, he came up hot on the urinalysis. Person B failed to show up for work. Person C failed to show up for work. Patient D failed to show up for work. Patient E, hot urinalysis, drug use. This is the type of shit that we got going on in our community. So miss me with that whole bullshit about people want to work if they had the opportunity to work. Miss me with that shit.
Who wants to
Exactly, I agree.
wait, who wants to live in California? There's plenty of fucking fields to work in out here. Plenty.
Hold on
And
a second.
you know what was happening?
Can I
Hold on,
highlight
David.
something?
Wait, David, please. Because when they started doing those raids out here, right? Guess what they were hitting? They were hitting all the fields. And then when they started hitting all the fields, guess what was happening to production? Well, shit wasn't getting picked. So guess what the farmers did? They upped the price of what they were paying and said, hey, look, we've been grossly affected by these raids and shit, and y'all need a job. Come on out here, man. Like, just pick grapes, pick tomatoes, pick something. Ain't nobody show up for that shit.
Exactly.
That's the reason why when you guys
I got, look, 3/4 of a mile away, there's a goddamn almond orchard from where I live, okay? Not even a mile away. Do you think there's any brothers out there picking them shits?
Hell no.
Well, then look, America has to
Are you for unregulated? I mean, what should be the policy that supports the thesis that you're presenting?
Wait, I want to get David's response to that because I'm just confused how if people will, I don't know, work at Walmart for little or nothing, why I'm just kind of confused as to why they wouldn't do that.
Walmart is easy work.
Working the fields is hard fucking work.
Exactly.
It on average during the summer is about 105 fucking degrees out here, okay?
So is that
listen.
So even though they're raising it, so even though they're raising it to higher than the immigrant price, the price that they pay immigrants, they're still not technically raising it high enough. Because I've done some hard blue.
Whoa. No.
I
didn't get into what you also get when you're picking like the amount, right? So then you also get like bonus for the amount that you do. Okay, so there's what you get paid. Why do you think they make so much money? Because they pay them hourly.
I gotta jump in. I've been trying to jump in.
Go ahead,
you guys are talking. Well, I was answering a question. You guys, I know. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I've really been trying to jump in even before you started talking here, because General's story highlighted exactly the why I keep telling you policy don't fucking mean shit. Policy will not make that girl pick a fucking hairdo over a job. The story you just told is fucking insane. She would not take a job that would lead to a career path because she can't get her fucking weave tight. How are you going to fix it? How are you going to wrap a policy around this bitch?
So
you can't do that. Take the policies away. Policies away so she can make a better economic decision. It is her economic fucking safety that makes her think this way.
What are you talking about? That's her personal imperative, dude. If she didn't want to fucking do it, the job is
there.
Bro. What the hell? The job has to get done. Bro,
that is a cultural thing. That is no. That is a cultural imperative. That is a cultural thing.
So no, it's a female imperative.
Leave policy out of it if you're talking about a fucking cultural imperative. Then
it's a woman imperative.
That's two. But there was a guy in that story, bro. Hold on, there was a man in that story too. Bro, there was a man in that story too. So let's not. It's a black people cultural.
No, it's an American culture. I'm telling you, it's. I see it with white people too.
I'll grant you that, bro. I will grant you that. It is American too. It is American too.
It's an American cultural thing, but welfare is a part of American culture. And I think he's saying if you take away all the social safety nets, people will make better decisions, and we ultimately have a better society. Is that your point, David? David?
In a nutshell,
No?
yes. All right. People are reinforced by government. So if you take away that government safety net, they will be like, look, would I rather starve or would I rather get a job in the field? Do I
You
want to
can't
stay
take it away.
married or do I want to go ride the waves?
Wait, there's 50
Well, that's the
million
problem.
fucking unemployed
You can't
people
take it
right
away.
now, and they're arguing in Congress over whether to give them a measly $600 or not to help them stay afloat. They're also arguing over whether they should
But they
hold
open
off
the post
eviction
office,
notices.
though.
So guess what they're doing? They're doing exactly what you're doing, David. What they're doing is that they're not going to do anything for the people. And so what I want to see is that with all these 50 million fucking people out of work and all these people facing evictions, I want to see how society gets better as a result of this. I'm gonna go on your theory here, right? I'm gonna go on your fucking theory, and when all of this blows over, it'll all be for the better, right?
I have an economic question for the panel.
Fucking kidding me?
Actually, wait a minute.
Go ahead, David. But real quick, JJ, thanks for the super chat. I appreciate that. Immigrant states
Let me just address that.
Yeah, but the college educated children are not. That's a good point, JJ. Thank you for the super chat. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, you're leaving out the element that it's mostly a political thing at this point. The Democrats have essentially crippled the economy, held the economy hostage, and forced
Here we go.
Like I said, it's happening, all right? This is a political divide on the left. Look, at the DNC, hold on, at the DNC, they don't even address the riots and the damage that actually happening
what you just said,
at the DNC, they don't even address the damage to people's actual businesses.
You said if you take away the things
give people
that would lead,
to have business.
Let me finish because you've rambled. If you take away the things, right, that would otherwise keep people from being on the streets, right, that would otherwise keep the economy moving by people purchasing things like essentials, food and shit like that.
Yeah.
So you're saying is that if we take wait. So what you're saying is, well, if you take away that quote unquote social safety net, guess what you're fucking up? You're fucking up the flow of the money. You see, so there's a ripple effect that happens here. You think this is just about people and their bad fucking decisions. What about bad government decisions that people largely didn't have anything to do with?
Exactly.
I'm not finished because there's certain things that are happening. No, David. No. There are things that are happening on a global level as well. That's what's going on right now with forced industrialization. You see, so it doesn't even matter. It wouldn't even matter, right? Because of the industrial shift that's happening right now. Guess what? There was going to be a lot of people caught out. Doesn't matter what the fuck you try to do. In any developed nation, that is, hold on, dude. In any developed nation that is incorporating fourth industrialization into their infrastructures, guess who's going to lose out? Those who are not the most technically skilled.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? There was going to be attrition in this industrial shift, regardless of your fucking political affiliation. So get off this Democrat and Republican bullshit.
I have a question.
Okay, now you just laid out the fucking problem in a nutshell. You said if
here we go.
That's
not
he
didn't do that.
Dude, can I fucking make my point? Then you can go say some shit. If we remove all the welfare, it's going to collapse the economic system, is what you said. What does that tell you about the flaws of all the welfare in the economic system? It is artificially inflated. That is a problem in and of itself. If you're going to tell me, that cutting welfare collapses everything, what you're not accounting for,
what you're not accounting for, Mr. Genius, is the shift in industrial technology. That's what you're not accounting for. See, because you can have the perfect accounting system, but as soon as I come with some blockchain shit, guess what? It's automatically better. And because it's better, guess what? It just made your shit obsolete. So what we're having a full global fucking reset.
Mm-hmm.
Little over your head. I know.
When these pieces, I'm sorry, brother. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I have a question for David. How would you even propose that they will remove some of these safety nets? How would you go? How would that happen?
Bro, I asked him this earlier. He couldn't answer it.
Because he can't. Because of the simple fact. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Answer it. God damn it!
I said go ahead,
dude. It would have to start at the state level. Because the states are going to go bankrupt before the federal government does, right? The states are going to have to be, at some point, states will be forced to cut their own budget. So the states can start start trimming their own programs, and then the federal government eventually will start trimming their own programs. But it also takes a cultural change too. You have to actually have people that are willing to stand up and say, look, this is not economically viable. I'm not even talking about trickle down. I'm talking about standing up. You can't have a system that just that encourages people to not be at their most economically productive, their most economically aggressive.
Okay,
the problem with what you're saying, David, is historically the Republicans at the federal level has borrowed and spent more money than the Democrats. That's the problem from a political standpoint, from a historical and an electoral standpoint. The Republicans have spent more money. They've done more deficit spending. So if your argument is an economic one or an economic fiduciary responsibility one, your party has not been the best at that historically.
Especially when you have something going on called the Iraq War. What about the Iraq War?
I will accept that, bro. I will accept that my party has criticisms to cop for. The issue I have is when I point out the Democrats' history of fuck-ups, you guys all lose your minds and act like it's not real.
No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying let's look at it like this. We have a spreadsheet. We put what the Democrats have done, what the Republicans have done, and we tally the balance, and we'll see which one have done. And I'm telling you, from what I'm looking at, it doesn't look good for the Republicans. Under Bill Clinton, we had a surplus. When George Bush took over, we were in a deficit.
I posted in the private chat a link that compares the financial performances of both parties over the last 40 or 50 or so years.
50 years, the Democrats have been better stewards of the economy. But let's go into what I'm saying.
Not only that, we had 9/11 and the Iraq War under Bush, right? There's a lot of shit going on.
Okay, you have the Iraq War, but that still doesn't say you have the Iraq War and then you turn around and give tax cuts. You give tax cuts to the 1%. So how are you telling me that's fiscally responsible? Then you come out.
I don't have an axe to grind against the 1%.
Okay. Well, then you have a problem because they have an axe to grind with you because they're making sure that you are poor. They're making sure of that.
You're mad at them because they're rich. All right, I will attack policy, but it's not because they're rich, right? I'm not on some eat the rich. I'm not on some eat the rich bullshit, right? You have to actually
let me finish. I proved you said
rich people have the right to move their money around. That's going to happen if you raise taxes a lot.
I can give you a real world example.
One at a time.
I can give you a real world example. This guy Jeff Bezos, right? He's one of the richest, and now he's the richest man in the world. What, $200 billion, I believe. That was his last tally. That was Friday. Now look at him. What is he doing? He's taking away from the workers in his company healthcare benefits. He's not giving them overtime. And now that so-called entrepreneur thing he gave with you can get your own business by doing an event, he cut down that by 1,000 at the time where they're making record profits. He's actually telling you that you are his enemy and he's trying to squeeze as much out of you as possible. So I gave you an example.
Things like that are why the French Revolution occurred.
Okay, now and these are facts. You can look it up. That's not 60 years. That was last week, David. Last week.
Look, I was saying, can I ask you a question about that?
Who you asking me? I can't hear you.
You just got a little low complex.
Oh wait, okay. How about now? Okay,
you're back. You good now? You good now?
All right. I want to do a little math exercise here. So you said 200 billion as of Friday. Well, when I checked on Robinhood, it was 202. So between the time that you checked and the time I checked, he actually made $2 billion. So that's an interesting note. Let's also look at the stock price of Amazon, and let's look at his wealth level increasing. What does this suggest to us? This suggests to us
pocket watching.
Well, no, this suggests that business is booming. I would watch Amazon's pockets, especially if I own fucking stock in it. I don't know what you're talking about, but
He said,
here's the thing, no. Amazon stock is booming. Hold on, Amazon stock is booming. Let's address this, right? You want to talk all past the point. Amazon stock is booming.
No, I didn't get to finish my point, David. I didn't get to finish. No, I didn't get to finish.
We
My
have
whole
shut
point.
down the
No,
system.
my whole
Amazon is
point.
delivering
No,
like
I didn't
crazy.
finish, David. I didn't finish, right? Because you're going on some shit that I wasn't even going with. The whole point here is that if we're pointing to increased profits, increased wealth for Mr. Bezos here, and then at the same time, he's pivoting to cut every fucking thing from you. The only logical deduction that I can make here is that he's planning to automate your shit. How do you think profits will continue to increase?
Cutting from people who don't work from him? If you don't work for Bezos, what is he cutting from you? I don't get
the people in the fulfillment centers work for him. What are you talking about? Those are
David, don't you understand
that's
that
business,
if that works for Bezos, if it helps them to have $2 billion, what do you think his peers are going to do?
What are you?
It doesn't matter, bro.
Are you following Tesla stock right now? It's at $2,200. I would suggest anyone buy it.
If you can make money with more people, you have more people. If you need to cut people, you cut people.
Well,
I don't see no one of you motherfuckers make an argument when you gotta cut somebody, when you gotta fire somebody. One day you want to hire a robot, you're not gonna be up there crying about it. You're just gonna fucking do it because it makes sense. But if Jeff Bezos does it, we gotta eat the rich now.
No. The whole point here is if we're saying that all of this, because you're trying to relegate this to some sort of cultural imperative, some fucking democratic fucking Illuminati fucking whatever, right? That's what you're trying to equate this to. And I'm saying, no, there's an actual very real industrial shift happening, and you're totally missing the fucking point. And this is why I wholesale find you to be disingenuous, because you're not actually looking at what's really fucking going on right now.
And
if you follow
acknowledge this whole COVID thing is the reason why his shit just ballooned. Like, COVID has nothing to do with the reason why the #1 shipping company in the world is making extra billions of dollars while every other business is shut down. Nothing to do with it, right? I'm stupid.
I'm not going to take that one. That was an easy one, but I'm not going to do that. No. Listen, that's not my point.
The government shut down all these businesses. They shut down all these little small businesses. Big business is booming. Government policy fucking up the little guy.
That's not what I'm saying, David. I'm saying, okay.
You can't run your personal gym, but the dollar stores open.
I'm going to take your own words. I'm going to take your own words, David. They shut down everything, and Amazon's working great and everything like that, and that's helping Bezos. Then talk to me. If Bezos if they're working great and everything is working fine and everything, then why would you instead you cut overtime for your people and also cut their health care and their pay? Explain that. How does that work in your philosophy of pocket watching?
So quit, bro.
See, that's my point. That's
I don't work there. It's not a decision I just up that bad. You get a different job.
Real world answer.
You get a different job.
1%. I gave a real world example of how the 1% look at how they treat the other 99%. This is what I'm trying to tell you. And his failure to do it, he's under this crony capitalist model that believes that the rich will help you poor. They have you know what that's going to happen to this country, and I think Black Arul said it best, is we have more guns than people in this country. And what happens when the poor, they see that the 1% is the enemy? You know what will happen.
Eat the rich, right?
I mean, we've been here before. We've been here before. You know, and here's the other thing that we need. The other thing we need to think about with like a Bezos or any of these billionaires, and we think about this being the United States and this great thing. You know, if you have $100 billion, you can live just as comfortably in Milan or even Timbuktu as you can in New York or San Francisco. So while we're thinking of ourselves as American citizens and we're supposed to be able to reap these rights and privileges as Americans, the Bezos is like, this whole fucking thing is mine. And
Dude,
even if
everybody's
and when
moving out of
America
LA.
collapses, they gonna be okay.
Everybody's moving out of those places, Black.
They're
Rose.
moving to New Zealand, and now
Yeah,
New
they're moving
Zealand is
out.
cutting them off. New Zealand is not taking any more of the super rich because they see what's
What
going to
does this
happen.
have to do with the black community? Like, you guys are getting kind of on the moon at this point.
But no,
Look,
David,
I said in the beginning, my first thing was we need to find, black men need to find one or two things that you and MOT, I'll use you as sort of the polar opposites on this point, that you and MOT will wholeheartedly agree with and put your resources behind, and then use that or those as negotiating tools with either party. That's the only chance we have.
Black Guru. Let me tell you why that's not going to happen. And this is why we have to waste so much time in a conversation that he don't even belong to. He's not going to ask for anything. He's not going to go to his party and say anything. He's not going to invest anything. The position that he takes up, that's right. The position that he takes up assumes that he's not going to ask for anything and nothing is going to change. Look at how many times we had to repeat simple things because he could not understand proper English and questions. We're talking to and wasting time on a non-factor who's a part of the discussion to stop things from happening.
And all I'm saying.
Let me address something here. Hold on. Before you jump in, I want to address that directly. By definition, progressivism is an ideology that says the government will be used to apply pressure to affect social change. I don't want to use the government to force people to social change, and that's a big fundamental difference. Why we will not get
policy
along.
positions. You don't know what you want to do. You're just complaining. Go ahead.
All your policy positions, just do what I tell you, or go to jail. That's the MOT policy plan, and we cannot fundamentally agree.
That's not it.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
You have nothing.
The school that educated you was a policy decision. The police that patrol your communities was a policy decision. Your libraries are a policy decision. The fucking roads you drive on are policy decisions. All this shit is policy. The internet that was created initially as a government or military communication tool was a fucking policy decision. Stop this notion, this business that we're not going to change things without some policy decisions.
Jesus Hold on, bro. Christ. That's not the real disagreement here, though. All right, I can accept that a functioning government operates based on policies. The policy is the playbook.
You can't accept that. You can't. Because if you
Stop. You all fucking talk past the point because when I bring these arguments up, you say I'm fucking cheap. Dude, your policies are producing negative effects on black culture.
Nothing.
So I
you
don't
have nothing, and it's not my policy. I told you, I'm a technocrat. You're on some bullshit.
That's why the culture.
I can give you
culture issues
I can give
matter.
you technocrat.
That is why the culture issues matter.
I can give you technocrat-based policy. You can't give me a goddamn
and that's why
other than a bunch of hot air. Shut up,
David.
All right, I'm back.
David. Okay, David. You just said. Wait. Oh, who's that speaking?
That's me. That's
okay, sorry, Bernard.
No, I stepped away for a while. I had to go grab something to eat, and I'm kind of eating right now. But I do want to talk about policies and this or that or blah blah blah. But David Moreau said something that I do want to get y'all to give some clear, precise answers to when he said that the policy decisions is affecting black culture or black people negatively. Do y'all concur with that?
Nope. And I said, wait, let me answer this one, MOT, because I got the answer to this because I asked him.
And also, real quick, when I was away, there's a lot of super chats. Xanatos and somebody else that I wasn't able to read. I forgot who else. JJ and Xanatos didn't get to read that super chats, but I do appreciate it. Hopefully I left it up there long enough. Everybody saw it. And Mr. Thank you for the $20 super sticker. Appreciate that. All right, go ahead, Black Torch. You got it.
Okay.
I'm about to be back on mute for a little while. Y'all behave yourself.
All right. Okay. And I asked David. Okay, David is now trying to change the question. I was giving David the answers before of what Republican policies have damaged a black community. Since David thinks what policies have what Democratic policies have affected the black community, I'll say, okay, David, name me a policy and I can prove it's a Republican. Shoot, name me a policy that you said is hurting black people. It's on you, brother.
Feminism in a nutshell, bro.
Feminism is not a democratic policy, David. Come on, David.
Wait, hold on.
Okay, all right. How about this? Promoting black women and education and job opportunities over black men. That's a feminist policy that directly attacks black men's economic standing in the community.
To feminism. Like you guys have to realize, as long as you have
you
this
don't
dumb
want to talk
motherfucker on
about
the panel,
negative shit
as long as you have this dumb
I'm not
motherfucker
going
on
to
the
shut
panel,
up.
you
Talk
still
about
are
the
going
fucking
to have
policy
this
effects.
actual
Talk about the effects. Outcomes, right? Outcomes matter, right? Outcomes matter, right?
As long as you have him on the panel,
What
as long as
happened
you
to
have him on the
outcomes,
panel,
MOT?
he's going to
What happened to
misunderstand
outcomes,
what's
MOT?
happening
What
and
happened
turn
to
it into something
outcomes?
else.
Bernard.
Hold on, wait. I'm gonna go back to you, Black.
What about outcomes,
MOT, hold on.
Outcomes.
I want MOT to explain exactly what was wrong with what David Monroe just said about the
What is
feminism
wrong
thing.
with what David Monroe just said is that feminism is not a democratic policy. It is not a democratic policy.
Jesus
and let's
Christ.
say for the sake of argument that it was. What has the conservative movement done to get rid of the so-called democratic policy of feminism?
Zero.
The answer is nothing, and this is why you do not allow a person like this to be a part of discussions. He sabotages everything that happens. You cannot allow these people to be here. The same with little Big Nate. This is why they want to. This is why they want to usher in the cultural shit. Because without the cultural shit, we can't talk about the logical based policies. And the moment they keep bringing the cultural shit in, we can't talk about shit of actual progress and change. And then he tried to make it look like all policies are created equally across the board, so that way we can't come up with better policies to get rid of bad policies. So, at the end of the day, this guy is a waste of time. He's not going to go to his people for anything. He's not going to do that. And as long as you keep allowing this guy to sabotage the discussion, and what I'm going to do for you, David, is I'm going to replay that Prophet of Thought series debate that you claim that you won. I will offer $1,000 to anybody who come on my panel.
We got a wrap on the table. No, we got a wrap on the table. No, we got money on the table. No, fuck that. We got money on the table. Let's talk about it. We got money on the table. Hold up, David.
On the L, nigga.
No.
Both hands on the L.
No, David, hold on. We got money on the table. Go ahead, MOT.
Okay. I will offer $1,000 to any one of those people who voted for David Monroe for you to come on my panel after I show the debate from beginning to end, and I want you to explain to me how he won the debate. Because how he won the debate is exactly how he's acquitting himself here. I will pay big money.
I want to debate by putting on by making you look like a bitch. I pulled your skirt off. I pulled your skirt off and spanked you. That's how I won. I pulled your skirt off and spanked you.
We put money up right about now. No, fuck that. We put money up.
Wait. Let's not
just hold the L. Y'all a bunch of grown ass bitches can't hold the L.
David,
how fucking hard is
this
it
guy
to
don't
got
deserve to be a
that?
part of any discussion.
I'm not gonna let you get away with not answering my question. I asked you a question. What has the Democratic policies? This is
the question.
Before he answers the question, this is an important point.
We don't even know the question, Sway. So we can't get the answers, Sway.
Can we define what policy means? I think that would be helpful.
No, well, because he kept saying that the Democratic policies hurt the black community. So I'm asking him, okay, if that's your point, what are those policies?
No, but my point, Black Torch, with respect, I think part of the problem here is that maybe everyone on the panel don't know what the hell policy, quote, policy, end quote, actually means.
But
No.
for you,
We're not going to give a definition for policy.
No.
Because somebody has nothing behind them as substance.
No, but that's not what the point is. The point is that David made a specific charge that the Democratic Party has policies that hurting the black community. And I said, okay, what are those policies? And I'm still waiting for an answer.
But his response was a non-policy answer, which suggests the possibility that he don't even know what the fuck policy means.
My response? Hold on, what exactly was my response?
Let's ask David what it means. Let's ask David what it means.
No, you niggas keep rejecting it because you don't like that your team is full of shit. Your team is crippling black men.
What are you talking about?
Hold on. I just laid it out for you and you rejected it. So I'll bring it back again.
Feminism is not a policy.
Fuck up. Goddamn, you some grown ass man. Can you
Wait.
Can you give us
David. Let me.
I'm not going to define.
Let me respond to what you said about feminism. Feminism was supported by.
This is what I'm saying.
Feminism was supported by both. No, I'm not.
David. MD does the same shit.
David, I'm just responding to what you said. Feminism was supported by both parties. I asked you again, what policies is you're saying that's hurting the black community that are democratic, and you said feminism. I said no, that's by both parties. Now shoot, I'm giving you another chance to answer the question, since you keep saying that the democratic policies, and I'm saying educate all of us on the panel and in the audience on what are policies that the Democrats are hurting the black community. Okay. That's for you, David.
Dude, once again, I will try to explain this to you, all right? Feminism has a bunch of policies enacted into law. Both parties.
You went back to it again! What the fuck did you do this again?
Bernard.
You hear this fucking filter, right? This is what liberalism does to the brain. There's no snapbacks like no retarded kids.
Save us, Nagone.
You asked the question. You Black Torch, you asked the question.
Can I answer? I'm answering the question.
Bernard, to be honest,
it's too many niggas up there, bro. You gotta go that shit.
I need some order. All right. I want to hear the question.
What's up, fella?
Hold on. One second ago. I do want to get an answer.
I got $500 on this. Go ahead.
I already told you. I got
$250. Now you got $1,500 for this debate that you supposedly won.
No, fuck it. I'm throwing $250 on it. There you go.
All right, $1,750. All right,
$1,750 on the Hood Conservative giving cogent answers. Now we're asking him to say him, Little Nate, and the rest of his conservative black have said that the policies of the Democrats are hurting the black community. And I say again, feminism is supported by both parties. So that's a non-answer. So please, David, please give us 1750 on the line, David. Answer the question.
Everybody mute up.
1750
answers the question. Okay. I want everybody muted up while he answers the question from beginning to end. Even if he says something that y'all find reprehensible, let him finish. All right. Try to go ahead and answer the question.
For a nigga that's a non-factor, 1750 is a lot of triggers. So thank you. I'm flattered. And the whole problem with your rejection is that the ideological core, the fucking church deacons of feminism, the motherfuckers that ring the bell of feminism, are all on the.
Bernard, you have to stop this guy when he's doing that.
You can't hold your tongue. You can't hold your tongue because you can't
didn't
deal with the
answer.
fact that
You can't answer the question.
I'll talk how the fuck I want to talk. If you can't shut the fuck up, that's my
MOT, let
problem.
him
Like it is
This
yours.
let
guy,
him
this guy's
answer.
full of
Go
himself.
ahead.
MOT,
David.
let him answer, please.
Go ahead,
Let him
David.
answer.
Listen. The people who, the core, the religious base of feminism is firmly on the Democrat side. You can't deny that everyone on the Democrat Party has embraced the BLM political movement and the
Hey, went
organization
back.
itself.
BLM
How do you
now.
disentangle
Wow.
from that?
MOT, let him
Now it's
finish.
gay. Now it's gay black politics. Now it's not only feminism; it's gay black politics. How does any of that benefit the straight black man who wants to be the leader of his family?
What the fuck?
So are you finished, David?
What?
Are you
I
finished,
want you to
David?
answer the question
No,
honestly.
but David,
Can you honestly
No,
giving
answer
you a
that question?
you just
Are you finished,
misconstrued.
David?
Can you honestly
Are
answer
you
that
finished,
question?
David?
Can you
David,
honestly answer that question?
David,
The
are
world
you
wants to
finished?
know. Can you be honest
Are
about
you
what's
finished?
happening? Can you
Bernard,
be honest? Can you
please,
be honest?
Bernard, can
Be
you
honest.
please go
Can you
ahead?
tell the
He
truth?
went back to feminism yet again after
But
doing
wait,
two
no,
other
and
times.
then he brought up
Everybody,
Hold on. No. Stop this shit. Y'all some hypocritical bitches because you talk about bitches all day. All you do is talk
Here we
about
go.
bitches, but I can't talk about
Here we
feminism,
go.
the religion of
Here we
bitches.
go. Here we go.
All right, I think okay, that's his final answer. All right,
Now you see,
Your whole fucking content is about women, bro.
okay.
Here we go.
Bernard,
I'm gonna come back to that point, David.
I want it on the record that David's answer was that it was feminism. That was the
religion
answer.
too.
That was his
the church of feminism.
response. So he's saying that the whole Democratic Party has done only feminism to hurt black people. That's what his answer was. So therefore, I gave him points earlier of what the Republican Party has done with housing, discrimination, and all these other things. And he's telling me the only thing that black people have hurt from it's feminism. That's what his answer is. Now, is that a reason to vote for a party on feminism? I'm just, and that's my general question to you, Bernard.
Can I address that directly? I want to address that directly. Liberals use the threat of racism to hide the
Here we
fact
go.
that
Changing the actual definition of what's been discussed.
you're using racism. You are using racism to hide the truth.
How would you say candidates that are running against Republicans?
Say that again. Nagon, you sound like your volume just a little bit low.
Hey, put your volume up, big bro.
Okay, because I know everybody's talking over
There
each
you
other.
go.
So, like I said, I'm not
Yeah,
talking.
just everybody mute up. Let's hear what Nagon got
I'm not
to say.
talking over anyone.
No, you good now. You're a little low.
Republican women. Hold on. What about these Republican women? Okay, who've been running heavily on the Republican ticket. Okay, where you had more Republican women elected now, almost in any time in history, in the Republican Party, and they're pushing their own Republican feminist agenda that these other Republicans are backing up hook, line, and sinker. How do you guys explain all of these feminist women who are up there, like Nikki Haley and all these other people who are speaking out front of the party and all that, who even Trump has brought in, who were governors? You've got all these Republican congresswomen, senators. How do you explain them in the party and they're pushing their quote unquote conservative feminist agenda through the party as well? That the Republicans are just not stopping. They're not stopping any of this. How do you explain that? That's my only question. How do you explain all of them in there?
Wasn't there some
assuming? Well, are you asking me a question or not? Because assuming everything you say is true, I don't expect women to fight feminism.
Well, wait, wasn't there some conservative media? Wasn't there some conservative media darling by the name of Tommy Lauren who went on some fucking feminist rant recently?
Again, I don't trust most women on the issue of feminism, so I'm not lost on that.
So then your argument makes no sense then.
What you're saying is the Democrats who are responsible for this.
It's bigger than feminism, bro. This is a lot. There's a lot going on.
Then why the fuck did you bring up feminism?
Because hold on. Because MOT. You do entire panels talking about strads and how to avoid them.
Yeah, but
you are talking about.
But David, feminism was your answer. That was your answer.
You're just gonna walk
Yeah,
away
that was.
from it?
You can't walk away from it. That was your answer.
You should no. You can't deny. You're not gonna spend 4 years building a fucking career talking about bitches and now
But that was
reject
your
the argument that
was your
feminism is
answer.
wrong.
That was your answer, though.
Nigga,
That was your answer.
this is what you
That
built
was
your
your
whole
answer.
fucking career. You built a whole panel. You build, yeah, because my answer is exactly true. The feminist policy.
That has nothing to do with your answer. We asked you were asked a question and you said feminism.
You asked me about policies, right? You asked me about policies.
But you can't walk away
you
from
asked me about what feminist
you
policies
can't walk away from
feminism. You asked me. Bro, you asked me what feminist policies affect black men. I talked about the hiring practices and the educational push.
No, that's not what you said. That's not what you said.
Shut the fuck up! God damn it, y'all put your hoes right now. I answered the question.
Excuse me.
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me, all right. So you're gonna tell me. Are you gonna tell me there are no policies to promote black women over black men?
Oh my God.
Are you finished, David? Are you finished, David?
Oh my God.
No, wait, question, David, and you responded. I asked you what democratic policies you said are destroying the black community. Hiring, now you're saying, then you said feminism. So we all said, now you turn around and say, oh, we're not going to expect women to change feminism. Last time I learned, women are like 52% of the vote. How are you going to change any laws with anything without the support of a Party? And I finish. You're not going to be able to change anything.
Most women are in the Democrat Party, and black women in particular. If black men want to make a point, we need to actually.
So you're saying there are no white Republican voters? Are you saying there's no white female Republican
white
voters?
women voted for Trump.
One, if you measure the party by demographics, most women vote for the Democrat Party.
Dude,
are you going to tell me that most women do not vote for the Democrat Party? It's a simple yes or no conversation. It is a simple.
I'll give
Black
David
Wolf
an
Inc. keep timing
You
people
see how
out in
hard
the
it is
chat,
for
but
them to
they're
acknowledge
disagreeing.
truth?
Yo,
Can you acknowledge the truth? Most women are Democrats.
It's not true.
Hold on a
It's not
second. Hold on. Bernard needs to address something.
Yeah, Black Wolf is acting crazy in the chat.
Acting crazy how?
You look at him. He's timing out people that he don't agree with. He can't do it to me because I got a wrench, but he's been doing it. And I ain't saying I've been trying to
take his wrench, dog. Take his wrench, man.
Because I let him. He can say anything he want to say. But
just discuss in the chat. Just discuss in the chat if you disagree. That's it. You ain't got to be timing motherfuckers out. Yeah, man.
Well,
this is something to time people out over.
So I don't mind that getting timed out. He's trying to throw an insult at me. I can't see everything else that it said because I just pulled it up, so it only go back so far.
Okay, listen. I
can't see what all he's timing out. But
challenge.
Damn it! Hold on. Shit.
I'm sorry.
All right, Black Wolf. If you're timing people out just because they said something about the topic you disagree with, don't do that. But if somebody's if somebody's personally attacking people on the panel, I don't mind that getting timed out because I don't like people in the audience just heckling people that are on the stage if it's just personally attacking. But I got to pull it up now, so I'll be watching it going forward. So I don't know where the hell we was at. I was David.
Outside of politics,
they're all pretending feminism isn't real. They're all pretending feminism isn't real. After talking about women all these years.
That's not our point. That's not our point. And he keeps like this is the problem. No matter what is said, he takes a piece of what we said and turn it into something else. Do not allow this guy to be on this panel talking about politics. If you do, you're going to destroy the credibility. Yeah, he can't even discuss it.
This is what keeps happening. This is what keeps happening. I need everybody to listen and hear this. When David does try to respond, he gets halfway through and 3 people cut him off. Now, I don't even mind just one person cutting him off, but seeing as it's like one against everybody, all right, y'all gotta pump the brakes on, all going at the same time. So I do.
But if he's lying about the premise of the question and you're not correcting him, Bernard, what are we supposed to do?
Yeah, I mean,
No
I think that's
self-control.
why
Don't
that's
bring
why
that
I
up.
Listen,
Stop
that's
letting
why I
that
said
fucking
earlier.
hoe.
Bernard,
You big hoe.
That's why I said earlier we need
Bernard.
to define what
He
a
won't-
policy is so that he can
If you
directly
properly
answer
allow
the
him to answer the question that's asked, he won't get cut off.
Fellas,
Okay.
hold on 1 second, fellas. Fellas, hold on 1 second. We're putting money down on this. Money down.
Hoe money. That's hoe money.
That shit
This
is
guy
off
has
the
not
table,
said
Y'all
bro.
was
This motherfucker
y'all
can't
was
answer the
tricking.
question.
Y'all was out
Yeah,
there
he has
telling
not
y'all
done
ass, y'all betting y'all money. Bunch of hoes.
Bernard,
Bunch of hoes. That's how I know y'all hoes. Hoes hate me.
Bernard.
No,
See, this
you're
is
the
my
hoe.
point. Hold on.
No, you're the
Everybody
hoe,
mute up.
David.
This is my point.
You're
When
the
I
hoe,
asked the
Shania.
question and then everybody put money up, I said, David, this is for 1750. Answer the question, and he refused to answer the question. So, David, anytime you're willing and able to come on any panel with your prepared statements, I will be happy to go at you at any time, and we can put that 1750 on any panel and see with facts who's going to win, because we just gave you ample opportunity to answer the question, and you refused to answer the question.
And
You kept going back.
refused.
You've been rejecting facts the whole panel. All you do is reject facts. Any fact I mention, you go, "Oh my God, you can't say that."
Yeah, but
David, you don't have any facts.
either way it goes,
David, admit it,
it's,
David.
it's not either way it goes. It's not
David,
useful that if he's hold on to go. And if he's asked a question, it's not helpful that if y'all feel he starts off on the wrong foot, for everybody to just start yelling, and then I don't hear what y'all yelling about, and nobody hears what he was at least attempting to say.
Right. Okay. I agree with that, Bernard. I agree with that.
That's why I'm saying, since it's one against everybody, let the one finish his, even if he's saying some bullshit, just let him finish his bullshit, and then let's pick it apart piece by piece.
Well, the thing was that he did, Bernard.
And that's what I'm saying, Bernard. He did say that, and then when we responded to him, then he tried to use, well, no, it's not feminism, it's all these other reasons. That's what we're talking about. After we brought up his answer to him. So
that's why I'm like,
that's what I'm saying. We can run, and Bernard, we can run the tape back. You can run the video back and have him say and see what he said and prove what he said for 1750, that he just went back on what he just said.
Okay, David, did you say that it's not feminism, or did you say that it was something else in addition to
I
feminism?
never said that. I never said that. They asked me to name some Democrats.
Wait. Everybody stop. He said he didn't say that. The next question is, okay, David, what did you say? Go.
Okay. When you asked me to name a policy that's affecting Black people, Black men, I said feminism. You responded, feminism is not a policy. I said, fine. What about the policies and programs that promote women over men in education, women over men in hiring practices? That directly affects a Black man who wants to be the patriarchal head of his household. You want to reject that reality.
The policy that you're referring to, David, and I agree. I agree with David, by the way. Maybe I'm the minority here. It goes back to Title IX, which was initiated by Democrat Birch Bayh. When that was introduced into law, it equalized women with Black men as being a minority. When that happened, when that was instituted in the law, it affected employment, it affected schooling, it affected later athletics. All those things that came from Title IX did directly negatively impact Black men. And it also gave Black women in particular advantage over Black men because they would be given this double minority status. So David is right. He is not necessarily educated in the details of the law.
Blackaroo, I have a question for you. I have one question for you. Who benefit the most from Title IX?
White women.
Thank you. All right.
But the enforcement of that also directly gives Black women great advantage over Black men. So there is a negative impact on Black men
And black women are indirectly a beneficiary of that.
Black Guru. The problem here is that
That's
he
not like David's
attributed.
point.
That's okay. No, that's fine. The problem here, though, is that when he initially answered the question, he attributed feminism, right, to democratic policy. Okay, not Title IX.
Feminism is the motivating ideology of this. No, feminism is the
So
religion that
how
motivates all
how
of
is
it.
it exclusive to one party, David? You've never answered this question.
Bernard,
It's not. Listen,
Everybody shut up. Let's get an answer. How is democratic policy exclusive to the Democratic Party? Answer, David. Go.
No, how is feminism
It's not
exclusive?
I mean, how is feminism? I'm sorry. How is feminism exclusive to the Democratic Party? Let's go.
One, Republicans have failed to stop the feminist initiatives. Many Republicans have signed on to things, but it is an ideology that is nestled and birthed in the Democrat Party. It is pushed by Democrat. Look what's going on right now. There are no major Republican feminists. It just doesn't work that way right now in the Republican Party, especially on the culture war angle of it. You can't be a feminist and a conservative. And look what they just said about her.
Come on. You can't bring up.
And they just saw her.
Oh, wait, stop, David. I mean, I'm helping you out. You can't bring out somebody who just accidentally came out the closet as a closeted feminist.
But you can't also say that Republican women aren't feminists. That's bullshit.
I don't think his
No. I'm saying they chased her out of popularity.
I don't think his argument is resting upon whether or not Republican.
That's exactly what his argument is. He just said it.
Bernard,
you guys are gonna really stop the shit. You're gonna really pretend that Republicans and Democrats equally push feminist policy. Is that what you're telling me? They equally push feminist policy. Like all these pussy hat bitches are half Republican. All these pussy hat bitches are half Republican, right?
Hey, well, most of them voted for
So
Trump.
why don't you cite feminism? Why don't you cite feminism?
Women
You're trying to
pussy
both
hats
sides your way
don't
out of
vote
it.
for Trump, bro. Pussy hats don't vote Trump. That's not how the pussy hat works.
Okay.
Dude, you said
You
feminism
don't know how
is a
these women are
democratic-
voting when
Bernard.
they're behind those
Oh,
blue.
come on.
Wait. Everybody mute up. Bernard, the basic question David has answered. He said with Black Uru's help that Title IX hurt black people, black community.
No, it hurt black men.
Wait, no.
Which negatively impacted black men.
We got it. It hurt black men. We got it. All right, go.
We got that. Okay. So again, David, what other policies have hurt the black community that the Democratic Party has done?
Wait a minute. Did they do title? It sounded like he answered the question and you said, okay, but what else?
Policies, that's more than one. He only gave title with Black Uru's help, Title IX. I'm asking David, what are the other policies? Because he said there was a plethora of policies. So I'm trying to figure out, okay, what other policies?
Democrats.
The problem here is that he didn't say
Democrats-
Title IX. Black Guru did.
I
He
know,
said
but
feminism.
And this is why you people have to stop helping David on the panel.
And you
Allow
know
this
it's
motherfucker
true,
to bring his
too.
own
No,
shit to
you
the
fucking
table.
know it's true, too.
I can't
Everybody,
But you know it's true.
I just want to say
please
the
mute
truth.
everybody.
I'm not for David or against David. I'm just focusing on the truth. Now, where he's wrong or where I believe he's wrong, I will say that. Where I think he is right, I'll say that as well. That's my position on this whole thing.
What did the Republican Party do to overturn Title IX? Black Uru strikes.
No, they've done nothing. They have.
Okay, thank
in
you.
fact, they
This is
have
why
done
you
things
can't
to
cite it. This is exactly why you can't cite it one way.
Untrue. They just begun repealing some of these title issues.
Well, they did repeal.
Yes, the Trump administration did see Davos,
Obama's Dear Colleague letter, which foisted a lot of feminist activity on college campuses. So they did do that. Wasn't it DeVos, the Secretary of Education?
Yes, Betsy DeVos. That whole thing of getting raped, screamed on you, and now you lose your whole college career, even though she fucked you and your homeboy together, but you still lose your whole college career. Yeah, we stopped that.
You have to have him do that because he don't know shit about anything. So when you answer questions for him about his shit that he just restates afterwards, that defeats the whole point of having him bring his own shit to the table.
I want you to hold the
Well, if the objective is to defeat David, I agree with
that's
you.
not our objective. They have a 6-3 Supreme Court split. If you're gonna say that, then you have to name a whole bunch of shit.
Thank you.
Because
Black
not just
rule
one thing.
and MOT.
Feminism isn't just one thing. Feminism is not just one thing. It's a whole bunch of
So
shit.
why you keep moving the goalposts when you know I'm right? You know I'm right because you talk about this on the panel, but you're moving the goalposts because you don't want to hold your fucking L.
I just think if we're going to make intelligent electoral decisions, we do. I appreciate the debate that your ongoing debate with David. I think it's a worthwhile and revelatory experience.
He don't bring shit to the table.
Well,
to the table to debate.
I won't agree or disagree with that.
Let me finish. Let me finish my questions to David.
I just wanted to say that I think if we're going to make good decisions, as voters, we need to have the actual facts along all sides of this thing.
Right, and all I'm saying is that I appreciate you bringing up these points, Black Rule, because I'm not trying to hide the truth. I'm trying to say David is the evangelist to go GOP, and I'm trying to understand. He made a specific charge that the Democrats were hurting the Black community, and all he came up with so far was feminism. And with your help, Title IX, which is a subsection of that. So I'm asking David, what is the other policies that he says are
that bill?
Yes,
Democrats are heavily
let me finish.
Democrats are pro-sanctuary cities.
Oh my
How
God!
do you have a sanctuary city?
What the fuck does sanctuary city
Why
have
do
to
we
do
have a
anything with
sanctuary
feminism? What does sanctuary city have to do with
You just asked me
feminism?
to name another policy.
Oh my God!
You asked me to name another policy. Keep up, fat boy. Keep up, fat boy. You asked me to name another policy. What does a sanctuary city have to do with Black men's economic health? How does bringing in Mexican pookie and him by the state government help Black men?
Bernard, you see, now he's bringing up. I asked him what policies. Now policy. Now he just said immigration. Now he said immigration. I'm glad you said that. Okay, David, since you say that bringing in what you say Mexican pookies to the cities, okay, how many illegal immigrants? That's what you're trying to say, correct?
Yeah, he meant Mexican pookies.
No, but he meant illegal immigrants. That's what he meant, right? Okay.
I hate these word police ass niggas, man. Why are you niggas trying to word police? That's how I know y'all hoes. Only hoes do that.
MOT and David, I'm trying to get.
Why do you just call them Mexican pookie?
Because that's what you called them. You called them that.
Obama sent more Mexican pookies back to Mexico than all his predecessors combined.
But that's not what I'm gonna talk about. You're saying he's saying David, and I'm just trying to make sure you understand what you said. That immigration is hurting immigration, and those immigration policies that the Democrats created are hurting the Black community. Am I correct? That's what you're saying, David?
Hello? Dude, you sound slow when you repeat that shit. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of my existence on this panel. Why is it hard to wrap your mind around all the things I've been proving?
He's trying to translate it into David speak and turn it into something else that you didn't say. That's why you couldn't answer right away. It's a yes or no fucking question, David.
Thank you.
No, I didn't put it up, and it took a second.
David, you brought up immigration. David, you brought up immigration as a policy that the Democrats.
Here we go. How come he's not answering yes or no? Bernard, what the fuck is happening here? He can't answer a yes or no question.
Let Black Torch answer.
Why the fuck is this happening here?
What Republicans support sanctuary cities? What Republicans support sanctuary cities? How does sanctuary cities help Black men to keep looking for work?
That was not the question
Black men
that
have to look for work, right?
That was not the question that was asked.
Running like hell. Take your heels off. Take your heels off, MOT.
Wasn't the question that was asked.
All right, let's get
Wasn't the question that was asked.
Hold on, wait. Okay, there was a question on the table. I don't even.
MOT and everybody. Wait. Okay, his response was Mexican pookies with these immigration hurting the Black community, hurting Black men. I say, okay, let's say for the sake of argument that was true. Okay, David, I give you a point. What about the H-1B visa thing? Who is that directly affecting? That's black people in IT is being affected by that. And every year they're bringing in 80 to 90,000 just H-1Bs, not until L-1 and all the other type of visas. So you're talking close to a half
Who
a
did all that
billion.
happen under? Who did all
Wait,
that
wait,
happen
wait,
under?
wait, wait. I got that.
Okay.
That's a half a million immigrants competing with
You know,
black
I'm not.
people.
Hold on. I'm not from California, but I hear Compton's not a black neighborhood anymore. Is that true? Is
Let him
Compton
finish.
not a black neighborhood?
Let him finish.
Bernard, when you allow this piece of shit to fucking talk, you allow him to think that he is somehow being viable on the fucking panel. This is fucking bullshit. This is why this motherfucker comes on here. He comes on here, he interrupts, he don't answer fucking questions, and you don't moderate your fucking shit. This is why it turns into this type of shit. I'm the fuck out of here.
Listen. The reason I asked that question is because those jobs that David is complaining about those are the ones that you're picking the fields and doing all this and all that. You have a problem when you're talking about real high paying jobs that you're turning around and giving it to H-1B visa people, and even enemies of your own country that Trump identified as Chinese agents. Now you're bringing them into the country. And then I'm going to help you out, David. He did try to stop it, but then he turned around 2 weeks later with suspending the H-1B visas and loosen it again. It was all a shell game. So, David, immigration, the Republicans again are hurting black people in the pocket. Next,
Hold on.
what is your next?
Hold on. Let me highlight your false equivalency. Let me highlight your false equivalency. All right. That was a lot of that. I commend you on your, you're spitting facts and shit, right? But there's a difference between. Whoa, complex. Hold on, sir. You can come in. Just give me 1 second, please. There's a difference between manipulating the actual legal immigration policies and then having a party who on the ground supports hiding criminal illegal immigrants who then go on to get driver's license and chase black people out of jobs and communities.
Well, like I said earlier, Obama sent more illegals back to criminal illegals back to Mexico than all of his predecessors combined.
And the point is, David, my point with the immigration, that you brought up, David. My point is the immigration it's those higher wages jobs.
More illegal immigrants back than anyone. Okay, he put more illegal immigrants back than anyone.
You're bargaining, Nagone.
You're bargaining, bro.
What we saw was, all right, a lot of these immigrants started, but the corporations supported a lot.
You're bargaining, Nagone.
Illegal immigration supported heavily by the Republican Party.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, the business class definitely likes.
Wait a minute. Let's pump the brakes for a second. Brother Xavier from the Prophet of Thought series. You said you had some kind of announcement or something going on. We're going to put a pin in the conversation that we're having for a second. I want to see what Xavier wanted to come up here specifically to say. Go ahead.
Peace, Brother Bernard. Thanks for letting me on. Y'all know I do this debate. It's my debate league. And every time we have a debate, I always do a recount. And I definitely had to do a recount for this one because it was really, really close. The total number of votes were 54 out of the 120 people who were there. The official score was 28-26. 28 for MOT, 26 for the Hood Conservative. So,
I think we're going to have to hire a public accounting firm to start accounting.
MOT won the debate. This is the first debate that I've had.
I appreciate you for keeping the score count.
Hold on a second.
Let him finish.
Hold on a second. This is the first time that I've had to change the results because I do a recount on all of them. Every debate I do a recount. This is the only one I've had to change. Okay, that's the only one I had to change, and the score was 28-26 MOT. Simple as that. I mean, y'all can go back, run the video back yourself, and check it and count it yourself, and that's it. 28-26 MOT. That's all I want to say, Brother Bernard. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate you.
Yeah,
Continue,
absolutely.
brothers.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Emma.
Thank you.
So we can also later rest this whole hold the L shit too. You need to hold it, my G.
Well, look. Hold on. That nigga been going on a tear for like 4 days now. So fuck that shit. Let him still
that
be
shit.
mad.
Hold it. TPOT just.
I can hold my L, nigga. I don't give a fuck.
Then hold that motherfucker.
Why should I bitch about
nothing else?
Wait. Everybody chill. Everybody chill. Stalworth just came with a correction. He says Title IX started in 1972 under President Nixon. Oh, but isn't he? Yes, he's a Republican.
Yeah. No, both sides participate.
So doesn't disprove what I'm talking about.
It doesn't disprove. You can't say that
and the other side sells out to it.
You can't say that the basis of your argument is in a fact that was started by the other party. You can't do that,
bro. The base of feminists are fucking Democrats.
Again, it was initiated.
Title IX
was initiated. Title IX was initiated by Democrat by. But no. You're right. It was it was ratified under the Nixon administration.
Listen.
That's correct.
So therefore, both parties had a hand in it.
Hold on. Let me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'll explain it like this: the Democrats are true believers, and the Republicans have sold out quite often.
So then what is your point? You said that Democratic policies, if they both had a hand in it, then how you can't explain that. If they both had a hand in the policy, you can't use that as one sword against another. You got to say they both had equal, so you got to move that off the board.
I'll explain why. No. I'll explain why. It's not that complex. It's not this complicated.
It's not your call. It's Bernard's call. Bernard. You have
you
to
and I are talking, though. You're asking me questions.
Bernard
you want me to engage with you, right?
It's Bernard's panel.
Whoa. Quit calling my name.
Can I talk?
Let him answer. He can talk. He was all
right.
Oh,
okay. I thought you was going to. Okay, fine.
I didn't say shit.
Y'all need to be calling for help. Like, Jesus Christ. 5-on-1.
Hey, stop. Hold on. You asked him a question. I think he was trying to answer it. Did somebody else hear something different?
Listen, bro. It's the...
Hello?
Go ahead.
All right, let me try again. Let me try again. If the Democrats are true believers and the Republicans are just sellouts, that means Republicans are for sale and the Democrats can't be bought.
Well, your point is what? What is your point?
It's a strategic recognition of the battlefield. Democrats as true believers will not.
No, everybody chill. Let him answer the question.
Hold on. You can co-opt far more. You can co-opt far more Republicans than you can Democrats.
I think
as simple as that. You can co-opt far more Republicans than you can Democrats.
Highly finished.
Hold on, real quick. I think the point that he's trying to make that when it comes to all the political shit that goes on and the deals that are being made, that Republicans have either sold out or had to bend on some issues when it came to feminism. I think that's a fair point. I don't think it's fair to say that both sides are equally in favor of it. I mean, I don't know how y'all get all the way there.
Okay, Bernard, I can tell you.
Bernard. I'm still talking. The true believer feminists, pussy hats and purple hair. They're come on now. They not at Trump rallies, but they are getting pandered to by the Democrats. And when the Democrats go fight on their behalf, they win some of those fights against Republicans and shit gets signed in. That don't mean both parties are equally in favor of the pussy hat, purple hair posse.
Okay.
I don't get where y'all going with this.
Okay, I can tell you where we're going with this because the basis of all these policies is based on David saying that the Democrats are behind all of them. And I'm telling him that that's not true. I said most of the policies are a combination of both parties, but the ones that he dances around is the ones that that the Republicans initiated, like no-fault divorce, which was started by Ronald Reagan, who that crippled the family
Stop.
structure
Did
in
he sign the
America.
bill? Did he
What are you
sign the
talking?
bill, or did
You
he
just
actually
said,
write?
wait, time
Allow
out,
me to
time out.
explain the difference, bro. Can I explain the difference? You just Bernard explained it to you thoroughly, and you're gonna just disavow or totally ignore his explanation of what I'm telling you. I'll say it again. Did he sign the bill after pressure, or did he actually write and believe in every letter of the bill? There's a difference between, like you just said about Trump and the HBCUs, right? The Democrats wrote the bill because they cared about HBCUs. Trump gets the credit for signing it, but it's the Democrats' pet baby.
And
Same
the
thing with
Trumps
feminism.
get the,
All these
and
feminist
also,
initiatives,
and also Trump get,
all these
and
feminist
Ronald
initiatives are the
Reagan gets
Democrats'
the.
pet
If you
baby.
want, I'm going with your logic. If you want to say
I
Trump
give
gets
you
the.
Ronald Reagan. I'm giving you that. I'm
Okay,
giving
but
you
I'm
that.
not. I'm
The
not.
same
Let
way
me
you
finish
said
my
Trump.
point.
I don't
Stop.
think this, wait a second. I don't
Stop.
think this
Stop
debate.
trying to answer my
I
question
don't
before I
think
answer it.
this debate is won or lost based off some shit that Reagan signed in 1982. I don't even understand why
Well,
you're going back
That's my
there.
point,
Because
bro.
it was
let me
Because he's
explain,
before.
being
Bernard.
obtuse. No, he's being obtuse on purpose. He's being
Bernard, you know
intentionally
why it
obtuse, and it's
matters?
why I can't come
There's
back.
a
But
lack of nuance in this discussion. You know, Reagan signed off on no fault divorce, so him and his
Thank
rich
you.
friends could divorce their wives without fault. I mean,
But you want
now
to keep putting it on
unfortunately,
Democratic shit.
the Democrats also had their motives. The feminist wing of the Democratic Party had their motives to support it because they wanted to liberate women. So a lot of these laws, the crime bill, a lot of the, we need to look at who co-sponsored a lot of these laws as well, because very often you have people on the other side of the aisle
But
who are
but see, what you
co-sponsoring
guys are
this.
missing is a lot of this.
You went out to go.
Nagone, you've been going in
Exactly.
and
And
out, brother.
what you have to sit down and understand.
You're going out to go.
Nagone, try to drop down and come back, man, because we keep missing out.
Anyway,
I'm saying you have to. I can't help it, man. I don't know. I'm on fucking StreamYard.
Yeah, that's some StreamYard. Yeah, StreamYard never really worked for you whenever you came up.
I was trying to say both parties. Yeah. Now that's just StreamYard dog shit.
Yeah, sorry, man. Everybody been telling me get Zoom.
I'm just both eat out of the same trough. So you talking about rich guys that want to sign on? Well, like, hear me?
You're going in and out.
You fading in and out, man. Try to leave and come back.
Bernard, I got to get ready to go, but I just want to say one thing. I'm not trying I'm just looking at it on a scorecard, and I'm just saying that all men, all black men, should look at both parties with a critical eye and put a check mark on what they've done and what they haven't done, and that's all I'm saying. And when people bring up things, untrue facts, I will call them on the facts and also fact check. So that's all I'm saying. And anytime he's ready, and if the guys still want to put money on it, because I can take the 1750, I would love that in my cash pocket.
Well, I'll tell you like
anytime
this,
he's
Black
ready.
Torch, the problem is that TPOT already said that he fucking lost, right? And I look to this point here over the last couple of hours.
Took the money off the table right there.
Well, yeah, because you fucking lost, and then even with today, you never directly answered a fucking question. I'm not gonna pay you for that bullshit. Either you answer a question or you don't.
Are you really gonna keep standing by? I never answered a question, but every time I answer a question, you try to
Bernard, I just gotta go. I gotta go. Complex. Thank you, David. As always, it's
Hey,
been interesting.
Black Torch.
Yeah.
Hey, can you hit me when you get a minute?
Sure.
Okay.
Nagone, nice to see you again. Black Uru, it's always interesting talking to you. Bernard, I'll send you an email. Let me know. Anytime, any place, and please bring Black Wolf and NEU up there, and I will debate them anytime, any place. Because cowards in the chat are not will be dealt with.
Oh.
All right. Thanks, Black. Thanks, Black Torch. I appreciate you, man. You came with the heat. You came with the heat today. I appreciate it. All right. Damn, I'm losing the panel. The lead off is gone. We about that. That might be the cue to wrap this thing up. So, damn, this was a hell of a show today.
Shoot.
This is turning into
like 5 hours now.
What'd you say?
No, I said it's been like 5 hours now.
Yeah, it's going on 5.
Dope stream, Bernard. Dope stream, bro. Dope stream.
Yeah, man. Thanks. All right, everybody. We about to wrap this bad boy up. I'd like to thank everybody who hopped on the panel, who hit the super chat, the Cash app, and like, shared, or subscribe, man. It's probably gonna turn into a regular thing every Saturday. We having damn good politics shows about politics for those that say the shows that do numbers are only the ones that talk about pussy. Well, we weren't talking about pussy, at least not directly. We was talking politics, and we still had pretty much 300 people in here. So that's damn good. I like it. So let's get up out of here, y'all. And we're gonna call it right there. See y'all Monday.
Good
Peace.
stuff, Bernard.
Peace. Pleasure to talk to you guys.